Good morning, everyone. I'm going to get started by just welcoming all of you guys. Welcome back to our retreat. Nice to see everyone here. We're going to be starting off learning walking meditation this morning. I know you guys are used to doing chanting and seated meditation, but we're switching it up a bit so you guys can learn this other style of meditation. And then we're going to actually do it together. So we're not actually going to be doing the chanting today. I'll first teach you about walking meditation, then we're going to do that together. Then we'll probably take a short little break. I'm going to move into the Eightfold Path, where the first part of the retreat was all about helping you to understand the problems in the mind. Now we're going to start talking about all the solutions and how to fix what it is that the Buddha discovered about the mind. Then, of course, we have our excursion, where if you guys would like to go to see the elephants at the elephant sanctuary, we have that going on throughout the afternoon and early evening. And then when we come back this evening, I'll be discussing the 5 precepts. And this plugs into the Eightfold Path, so it's going to connect into what you're learning this morning. So welcome back to all of you guys here. Welcome back to anyone joining us online as well. Let me just switch over to some visual aids here so you guys online can see this. Okay, so this breathing mindfulness meditation that you guys learned in the seated position, the walking position, it's the same exact goals, except you're just doing it differently. What you're doing here is you're still eliminating craving, desire, attachment. That's the unwholesome quality that you're eliminating from the mind. And you're still cultivating the mindfulness or awareness of mind and the concentration. You're just doing it through a different method, which you can use it as a standalone, just all by itself from beginning to end using the walking position. That's what we're going to be doing today. You can use it prior to the other positions. So like if you were planning to do like a seated meditation and you notice your mind is overactive and you're like, there's no way I can sit down and do any meditation, you might decide to do walking meditation first and then switch to a seated meditation at some point. Or say you sit down and you're in meditation and you're in seated meditation and you realize like, whoa, the mind's like really overactive, or I'm falling asleep here. You can actually switch to a walking meditation. You don't have to just stay in your seated position all the way through. You can just switch to the walking meditation if you like. So at any point, you can switch to a walking meditation. What you're going to be doing, instead of focusing on the breath, and when the mind moves off the breath, you cut that off and bring it back. That's what we do when we're in the seated, lying, and standing positions. Instead, you're going to be focused through the eyes. You're going to be looking about 1 meter in front of you or 3 feet in front of you. And now when you're looking down at the floor, if you notice the mind wanders, you cut that off, bring it back, and focus through the eyes. There's nothing that you're doing with the breath here. You can just breathe naturally as you walk. Everything's happening through the eyes. You're not looking really far in front of you. You're not looking to the side. You're not looking behind you. You're just focusing like a fixed object through the eyes, 1 meter or 3 feet in front of you. And anytime you see the mind move off of that, you cut that off and bring it back through the eyes. Okay? With the hands and arms, what you can do is you can either put those in front of you with lightly clasping your wrist, you can put them to the sides, or you can put them behind you and lightly clasp behind you. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be walking with our feet, very intentional walking. We're going to be walking in essentially an oval or a circle around the room, counterclockwise, where you're going to put your 1 foot down flat, and then you're going to transfer your weight. You're going to put 1 foot down flat, and then you're going to transfer your weight. There's 2 intentional movements. Is there someone here that could help me? I'm going to switch over to using this camera, so I'm going to demonstrate the walking. Is there someone who would be willing to operate a camera? You can do it? Okay. You'll see. It's not going to show you one here. You'll just have to point towards me, and this way the people online can see. Okay, this is working? Yeah, okay. So all of you guys online, we're going to be switching over our technology here so that you guys can see what I'm doing. So that should activate. Okay, yeah, it's activated. Let me do this for Zoom. Good morning, everyone. Okay, the folks on Zoom can see now. Okay, so as I just described, you're going to be looking down through the eyes, 1 meter or 3 feet in front of you, and you're going to have your hands, if I didn't have this mic in my hand, I'd be clasping in the front, to the sides, or behind. And now you got 2 intentional movements. You put your foot flat on the floor, and then you're going to transfer. Flat, transfer. Flat, transfer. Flat, transfer. It's almost like the old time clocks. If you guys remember the clocks, it's like tick, tock, tick, tock. And you almost get kind of like in a little bit of a trance as you're doing this, because the mind gets deeply focused on this. And you'll start with the flat transfer when you first get started, and I'm going to help you guys to get started with that. But then eventually you just let that go and you just focus through the eyes, and the body movement becomes the tick tock or the flat transfer. Okay, so I'm going to go around here a little bit so you guys can see how it looks. So remember, my hands are going to be clasped in front or to the sides or behind me. And then I'm just going to do 2 intentional movements. Flat, transfer. Flat, transfer. Flat, transfer. Flat, transfer. Flat, transfer. And then eventually you just eliminate all of that. You just eliminate all that flat transfer, so that then you just do the walking. Okay, so 2 very intentional movements. I know some of you guys might be used to, if you've been to other places, they might have you walk to one side, and then you turn, and you turn, and then you walk back here to this side. But what you're going to hear as part of the Eightfold Path is you need to develop right concentration, where your mind is in a fixed point, and you just kind of create this groove. I'm going to explain it to you this morning. And by doing this walking meditation in a circle, your mind gets more in a groove, where when you go back and forth like this, you kind of break up your meditation and you don't get to experience the deep concentration that you're going to experience when you walk in a circle. So if you guys have any questions, I'll take those, but if not, we'll just do it. We'll just practice. Yes, sir. If you could get a mic here.
Why counterclockwise?
The reason why we do it counterclockwise is this Dhamma wheel behind me. It turns counterclockwise. What a Dhamma wheel is this is a figurative thing that's on the head of a Buddha. And when a Buddha awakens into the world, they spin this Dhamma wheel counterclockwise. And this is a symbol of humanity stepping forward, or we're entering into a new era, because once a Buddha awakens in the world, the wisdom to get to enlightenment is deep and profound in the world. It's shining in the world. So this Dhamma wheel sits on the back of the head of a Buddha, not physically, but figuratively. And this individual, when they awaken to enlightenment, they will turn it counterclockwise as a symbol of humanity entering into this new era. So I walk counterclockwise in order to remind students that this Dhamma wheel turns counterclockwise. Okay, you guys ready to give it a try? Oh, you have a question? Yep.
Thank you. So just one question. Does the pace matter? Like, is it better to be slower?
Yeah, the pace is important because if you walk really fast and your mind is fixated through your eyes, your mind's going to be overactive. So you'd like to do a nice, steady, slow pace like I was doing there. But some people are going to walk a little bit faster, a little bit slower. So since we have so many people, we can use the outer side, the outer edge of the room for like the people who would like to walk just a little bit faster. And then those who are walking a little bit slower can kind of come to the inside. So we have kind of like two tracks going around. But you would like to do it nice and slow, steady, and consistent because that's going to slow the mind down. Whereas if you were walking real fast, it's going to speed the mind up.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
So I just wanted to clarify, are we focusing on the breath or just our visual perception?
Just through the eyes. Yeah, there's nothing involved. Even though this is part of breathing mindfulness meditation, you can consider it to be the same goals, that you're building mindfulness, the awareness of mind and concentration, and you're eliminating craving, desire, attachment. It's focused through the eyes 100%. Okay, you guys ready to give it a try? All right, so what we're going to need to do is put away everything that's on the floor because we're going to need all the floor space, and then we can get that stuff back out after we do our meditation. For those of you guys online, we'll get you started here. You'll be able to hear me, but you won't be able to see me because no need to follow me around with the camera, because you already know what it looks like. So I'll help you through the mic. So those of you guys at home, you can do this walking meditation as well. Okay, if you guys would like to just spread out around in a circle. So I'm going to start. We're going to be walking this way. So I'll get you guys started, but then that flat transfer that I use, you might need that for a little while, but then ultimately you would like that to fade away and not need to use that anymore. Okay, so put your hands either in front of you or to the sides or behind you. And then looking down at the ground 1 meter or 3 feet in front of you, just put your foot out flat. Don't do the transfer yet. Just put your foot out flat so you can see that that's just one movement. And it doesn't have to be a real big far stride, just right out in front of you, just nice and comfortable. So that's the flat. And now do the transfer. Then flat, transfer. Flat, transfer. Flat, transfer. Flat, transfer. Flat, flat, transfer. Flat, transfer. Flat, transfer. Flat, transfer. Now I'm going to leave that there. You guys keep going. And if you need that flat transfer, feel free to use it for however long you like, but you'd ultimately like to get rid of that. And I'm just going to come around and help anybody who needs help. And you guys can just look through the eyes about 1 meter or 3 feet in front of you. And anytime your mind moves off of that, just bring it back. So you'd like to look down at the floor, 1 meter to 3 feet in front of you. Flat, transfer. Flat, flat, transfer. Okay, if you guys would like to rejoin the classroom, we can sit and have a chat and see what questions you guys have about walking meditation. Okay, does anybody have any questions that they would like to ask? Yes, sir.
Yeah. So there were two sensations. One is being that actually the eyes were not focused; they're kind of like stationary, and they were seeing the floor, but I didn't had to focus them on one point, but it was just kind of like overall just like stationary with my head. Mm-hmm. And the other one was that I was actually looking a little bit cross-eyed and not so I was looking a bit like with my eyes not in the straight direction, but I saw everything double basically. So is that normal, or should I focus more on individual parts, or?
Yeah, it should just be looking straight down at the ground, 1 meter or 3 feet in front of you, and just keep looking at that. And if you notice that the mind wanders off of that, because the mind's going to need to focus through the eyes to be able to see whatever's 1 meter in front. And if you notice that the mind wanders off of that, you bring it back. So when we were talking about that post or pillar being the breath during breathing mindfulness meditation, that's the case with walking meditation through the eyes. That's your post or pillar. And anytime you see that the mind moves off of that, you bring it back to that.
But it was not wandering off. Like, so I was still looking in front, but like, again, I didn't have like a focus. I had a focus. I saw everything clear, but then it was not just like a fixed focus point of the things. It was just like a general kind of flow in that sense.
Yeah, because when you're walking, it's going to change. The location that you're looking at is going to change. So you just continue to follow that as you're walking. Just make sure that you're looking through the eyes.
Okay. Thank you.
Robert?
Does it always have to be a flat surface, or can it be somewhat uneven depending on where you are?
Yeah, you can do it other places, like say you're like walking on a hiking trail or something like that. You can do it that way as well. When you first get started, you usually like to do it in a kind of a controlled environment like this. At a temple, all these buildings, these main buildings of the temple, you guys can go into any temple and practice this. And that's a more controlled environment. And that's where you'd like to start. Then after you get comfortable doing it there, you'd like to move into another environment, like maybe like the park in the southwest corner of the city. They have those walking trails. And now you're going to experience a bit more impermanence, because you're going to have some joggers coming by, you're going to have some pigeons, you're going to have some different sounds and some kids walking by, and you're going to need to stay focused even though there's all this impermanence around. And then after you get used to that for several times, then you can move it out to maybe like on the street. And you can walk down the sidewalks and doing it this way. But if you'd like to go into like a hilly environment, or like a trail where like you normally would do a hiking trail, you can do it that way too. And then that's kind of another environment that the mind's now got to deal with that impermanence, and it needs to be concentrated and focused despite this impermanence that's going on.
Awesome.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make sure if I did it right. It's just there are a lot of flowers here. So every time I just focus on one flower, fix it here. It's for my go to another flower type of like that. I'm not sure if I were right. And sometimes I found myself staring, because sometimes emotion come up. So staring at the flower angrily. So I'm not sure if I did it right.
Yeah, it sounds like you're doing it fine. You just stare at the ground and you're not looking at anything particular. But if something comes into your eyesight and you just stare at that for a little while before you move to the next thing, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, so one of the things that I'll share with you guys is that whenever you try something new, the mind typically doesn't like it. It typically rejects things that it does that's brand new because the mind craves permanence. It doesn't like impermanence. It doesn't like change. So if you're used to doing seated, lying, or standing meditation, breathing meditation, like we have been doing, when you do something new like this, the mind's like, I like that that sitting meditation better. I don't want to do this. And the mind's going to want to push it away. That's the aversion. But remember, what you're doing here is you're assembling a tool belt, and you're going to need these different tools at different times in your journey to enlightenment. So when you experience something like this, you're not interested in just pushing it aside and leaving it away. What you would like to do is you'd like to do it where the mind is actually comfortable. Because whenever you're doing something that the mind is uncomfortable with, this is because of the mind's craving, desire, attachment. And it's not going to get comfortable with that thing by pushing it away. So for example, do you guys know what durian fruit is? Any of you guys know what durian fruit is? It's this fruit here in Asia that some people just adore and think it's wonderful. Other people despise it because it actually smells like poop. And I've never had poop in my mouth, but when I put durian fruit in my mouth, it's about that consistency of poop. So a lot of people think that this is a horrible fruit and they just despise it, right? By the time you get to enlightenment, your mind can just eat any and all fruit and any and all food and just see it as something to sustain the body. You're not grabbing on to one type of food and holding on to it, and that's agreeable to you, and you're not repulsed by other foods. One of the ways that you accomplish this is you expose the mind to the things that it's repulsed by. When it's pushing something away, you actually desensitize the mind to it by eating that fruit. So at one time, I didn't like that fruit, and I had to desensitize my mind to it and get to the point where I can eat it. It's just fine. I see it just like any other fruit. So the same thing is true whenever you're doing something like this. If you're ever noticing that your mind is uncomfortable, like if you're uncomfortable, walking on the left side of the street and you always walk on the right side of the street, you're going to need to walk on the left side of the street. If you're uncomfortable being in large crowds, you're going to need to learn to be around large crowds. If you avoid large crowds, you're not actually solving your craving, desire, attachment. So you're going to need to put the mind in the situation that it's repulsed by and that it's pushing away so that you can desensitize it. In modern psychology, they call this exposure therapy, right? So this is something that they do even in modern psychology. So with something like this, if you're noticing that the mind's uncomfortable, it's because of its cravings, desires, attachments. And the way that you eliminate those is you expose the mind to the thing that it's uncomfortable with. So times until your mind gets comfortable with it, and you're just as comfortable doing walking meditation as you are seated meditation. Seated meditation might be your go-to primary meditation. I know for me, that's what it is. That's what I primarily do, is the seated meditation. But when I needed walking meditation at a certain time in my practice, in my journey to enlightenment, I'm really pleased that I actually had it because I really needed it. There was a period of time where my mind was very overactive. So there was about, kind of a 3-month period where I was doing a lot of walking meditation. And if I didn't have it as part of my tool belt, I wouldn't have been able to employ that, and I wouldn't have been able to get the help that I need in order to solve that overactivity in the mind. So if you're building this tool belt, you would like to build this up so the point that you have it as a tool. And it might not be your go-to meditation that you normally use, but at least you have it so that when you get to that point in your practice where you're noticing the mind is overactive or you're falling asleep, you can pull that tool out and use it so easily. So don't allow the mind to push things aside like this, because that's just the mind in you kind of giving into your own cravings. You're not interested in giving into the craving, because it's like feeding a monster. If you kind of feed your cravings and kind of like give the mind what it wants, it's just going to keep doing that. It's going to keep favoring and opposing. It's going to be having agreeable contact and disagreeable contact. And you would like to train your mind like, hey, you're not going to always get what you want here. It's kind of like a 2-year-old kid that it might throw a temper tantrum if it's not getting what it wants. And now you would like to train it like, you're not always going to get what you want, and that's okay. You can gain some comfort here. So if you found this to be uncomfortable, do it more and do it more, do it more. If you found this to be comfortable, do it some more so that you can be sure that it's definitely something that's on your tool belt, and then you can employ it whenever you like. Okay? Can we get a microphone? There you go. Just need to turn it on.
how do you explain the difference in between therapy exposure and the disconnecting from the body and the present moment? Because something that people and also I do sometimes is like instead of meditating and be there, it's like I go away, and this is a bit scary for me. Like I get to the point also with Vipassana. I got to the point where I was a bit scared of like sitting and meditate because I don't want to go there. I don't want to go away.
Yeah, so when you guys are going to learn the 6 sense bases in this retreat, and what you're going to learn is that craving, desire, attachment that we talked about yesterday, what's happening is you're getting this contact through your 6 sense bases, the eyes, ears, nose, the tongue, the body, and the mind. And when you experience this contact, your mind's either going to see it as agreeable or it's going to see it as a disagreeable. And when the mind sees it as agreeable, that's its craving getting fulfilled, and you get those conditioned pleasant feelings. And when you see it as disagreeable because of your cravings, then you're going to get those painful feelings. So where you see that the mind is gravitating to something and clinging to it and holding on to it, you would like to actually distance yourself from that thing and train your mind to let it go. And then at some point in the future, you might actually start experiencing that thing again, but you need to distance yourself for several months to train the mind to let it go so that you don't have that craving anymore when there's a favoring or when there's an agreeable contact. When you have disagreeable contact and the mind is repulsed by something, that's when you would like to expose the mind to that thing so that it can get comfortable with that. So there was a place, I'll give you an example. There was a place where I was growing up that was like a waste management facility, and it was right next to a main road. And whenever we would drive through that area, we'd probably be a mile away. We could already smell the feces, right? And people would just be repulsed when you drive through there because of the smell. So one of the things that I did is I drove to that place. I parked my car right in front of it, and I got out and I just breathe and breathe and breathe. And I did this a few times to the point where I wasn't repulsed by it anymore, right? So you need to expose the mind to that when you see that repulsion, because the mind's going to want to push it away. You would like to expose the mind to it. But where the mind's clinging and holding on to something, like say a piece of chocolate cake, and now you're like, chocolate cake smells so good. Oh, I really enjoy this chocolate cake. Oh, I want to have this chocolate cake every day. Now you got to distance your mind from that to be able to train the mind to let go of the craving that's inside the mind. And then, of course, you're doing all these proactive things that I'm going to teach you today and that I have been teaching you throughout the retreat. Yes, sir.
Did today's meditation last the same time as the sitting meditation?
Pretty much, except normally we're chanting and I'm doing the guidance, which that takes about 10 minutes in total. The beginning chanting, the guidance, and the ending chanting, that's about 10 minutes. And then I usually meditate with you guys in the middle there for about 15, 20 minutes. So total, we're usually meditating for about 25 minutes or a little bit more. So today, by the time I finished with you guys and then I started back up, it was about 20 minutes of what you guys did. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
We all have some fears. For example, I'm scared of taking roller coaster, and I used to force myself to go on there. And then after that, I told myself I will never do it again. But after a few times, I'm still so scared of it. So, in this situation, should I still expose myself to it, or should I just give up because it doesn't do me any good?
Yeah, as long as you allow the mind to hold on to that craving, then you're going to still have that pollution of mind. It's part of central desire, and your fear is still there. The fear still has the potential to be experienced. So you would like to expose the mind to anything that it's fearing. That's how you eliminate your fear. So if I was afraid of heights, for example, choosing to never go up in high buildings doesn't solve the problem. because the craving's still there. And then one day I happen to get on an elevator and I don't realize it. It goes all the way up to the 32nd floor. And next thing you know, like, whoa, I'm so scared. I'm so fearful. I'm shaking because this thing is happening. So you would like to get rid of the craving 100% and not avoid the thing that the mind is fearing. Instead, you would like to expose it to that. And then that way you can just clear it out of the mind and know that it doesn't exist anymore. And that's where, when we talk about the focus and concentration and clarity and the mind performing really well in the enlightened mental state, this is what it actually comes from. It comes from eliminating the cravings, desires, attachments. So while we talk about the meditation as being what's producing the concentration, what's really producing the concentration is that the meditation is training the mind to let go. And when the mind is letting go of its craving, desire, attachments, that's what's producing the concentration. So as long as you allow the mind to have these cravings, you won't have the concentration and the focus and all the other qualities of enlightenment. Even though you might not ever go on a roller coaster, your mind still isn't enlightened because you still have that underlying craving that is hindering you from being able to experience the peace and the joy. Yes, sir. And by the way, I'm going to give you guys a lot more information today about how to eliminate these cravings. Yeah.
So the craving in the example of the roller coaster or anything that you fear is the safety. It's the sameness. It's the elimination, the fear of change, or the elimination of discomfort.
Yeah, and it can be any number of different things. You know, I can guide somebody, I can talk to somebody and find out what their cravings are, but you can't know 100% just by saying I'm afraid of roller coasters. I can't know 100% just from that. I would need to have questions to ask her to help her to uncover. It can be a fear of death. It can be a fear of the shaking up. It can be a fear of discomfort of the body. It can be any number of these kinds of things. It could be the fear of going fast, going up in high points or going upside down. It can be any number of these things. And what the mind's doing is it's craving a certain thing, and what exactly it is craving, only this mind knows, and the mind needs to investigate it. And that's what I'm going to teach you guys today as part of this eightfold path, is how to train your mind to be able to now understand what cravings you have, so that then you can actually eliminate them. So I'm going to give you guys a lot of content that you don't have yet of how to uncover these cravings and actually eliminate them.
I see. So it's specific to whatever aversion you might have.
Yeah, each person has specific cravings in their mind, and while a teacher can in some cases know exactly what they are when somebody tells us what's going on, in a lot of cases, they're very specific, and sometimes they're not even just one craving. It can be 2, 3, or 4, even 6 cravings sometimes with any one bout of discontentedness. And one of the things that we do when we're doing personal guidance is when a student is saying, hey, I'm having this discontentedness, we ask very targeted questions to help them to uncover what it is. And once you develop this skill to be able to look inward and see your own cravings, desires, attachments, you won't need the teacher to help you so much. But as you're first getting started, you need that kind of insight to be able to learn how to discover and identify your own cravings. But in each situation, it's different and unique. So if somebody, tells us any bout of discontentedness, there's some situations where we know exactly what the craving is, but oftentimes you have to peer into it more closely to uncover it. And it's only the person themselves that can know with 100% certainty.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, so I'm going to move into... Oh, you have a question? Yeah. I suspect that a lot of your guys' questions are going to get answered in today's class.
Excuse me, just one last question. It's like, if we are craving for a peaceful mind, is that a craving too?
Yep. Yeah, anytime you're craving anything, even if you're craving enlightenment itself, you can't get to enlightenment by craving it, by longing, yearning for it. You need to get to the point where you pursue it as a goal, as an objective, and you're gradually working towards it through your wise decision making. But if you really want it and you really long for it, you're not going to actually be able to experience it. So it's common for some people when they hear about what enlightenment is to start craving it. It's just one more craving. Now they're longing, yearning for that. So you need to learn how to pull that back. And one of the things that I share with people to be able to help them to do that is I talk about enlightenment as something that the mind is already enlightened, rather than think about it as you need to attain enlightenment. Instead, think about it as the mind is already enlightened and you just need to remove the pollutions in order to be able to experience it. Because when there's something that you don't have, you tend to long and yearn for it, right? And you want to chase after it. But if you think about enlightenment as the mind is already enlightened and all you need to do is get the pollutions out of the way to be able to experience it, now the mind has less of a tendency to crave it because it understands, oh, the mind is already enlightened, it's already there. And that can help you to knock down some of that craving. You have a question? Yeah. Do you have a mic over there?
So just on that, if you get rid of your cravings and your attachments, how does one set up meaningful goals in their life if they don't have something they're pursuing? Because it feels a bit like if you get to that state, it seems somewhat directionless.
Yeah. So what the unenlightened mind tends to do is they are having cravings, desires, attachments that are masquerading as a goal. That if you set a goal and if you get that goal, you get happy. And when you don't get that goal, you get sad or frustrated. That's actually not a goal. That's a craving, desire, attachment, masquerading as a goal. The mind hasn't truly understood what a true goal is. A true goal is something that you can work towards, and whether you accomplish it or not, you can maintain your peacefulness. You can maintain your joy. So if I work my way towards a goal and I'm 80% there and I haven't obtained the goal, I can look at that and say, okay, well, I'm 80% of the way there. I can either extend my timeline or I can add resources, or you know what? I'm completely fine with the 80%. I don't need to go any further. I'm completely fine with this. And now you haven't formed your inner feelings based on that goal or not. So what people tend to do is they're having these cravings of something they want, but they're calling it a goal. But it's not an actual true goal. So if you have a goal, objective, or interest, you can gradually work towards it with enthusiasm and with motivation and with ambition, but you're not forming your inner feelings based on whether you accomplish it or not.
Sure, I guess, but there's an infinite number of things we can do with our time, right? And how does one make decisions those goals are supposed to be if we don't have some desire for an outcome?
Remember, what we're describing as a desire is that longing, yearning, the chasing after it, the forming your inner feelings based on it, right? That's not what you're interested in, because that's going to only produce happiness if you get what you want. And then if you don't get what you want, you're going to get frustrated. And also, you're not interested in being all the way on the other side, which is dull and lethargic, and you could care less about what's going on in the world, and you're unmotivated. You need to be able to come to the middle, which the mind has a very hard time seeing in the unenlightened state because it's not used to this, where you can pursue things as a goal, objective, or interest. So, for example, I'm very interested in seeing many people, countless people getting to enlightenment. I'm very motivated and have lots of ambition to share these teachings with you. But I don't desire it. I don't want it. I don't expect it. I don't long and yearn for it. So when I come here in the morning, if there's 100 people here, if there's one person here, if there's nobody here, I'm still joyful. But if I really wanted and I desired to share these teachings with people, and there was only one person here, I'd be sad. I'd be frustrated, right? So you would like to get to the point where you're not longing, yearning, you're not forming your inner feelings based on this thing, but you're also not all the way over here where you could care less and do nothing in the world. So you're going to have goals and ambitions and motivations and things that you would like to accomplish in the world, but you're making those decisions through wisdom rather than your own selfish desires. Because what the unenlightened mind's going to have is that craving, desire, attachment, and it wants those pleasant feelings, and that's what it's chasing after. It's trying to get to those pleasant feelings based on its selfish desires. And in that situation, you're not going to be able to be permanently peaceful and permanently joyful, because you can only be happy if you get what you want. So you would like to get to the point where you're making wise decisions to move your life forward and accomplish the things that you'd like to accomplish in life, but you're not forming your feelings based on those things.
So how do you think about the decision you made to bring other people to enlightenment? Is it kind of like wouldn't that be good, or what is the thought process around that?
I know that this mental state is the very best thing you could ever accomplish in your life, because I know what it feels like to experience anger and sadness and frustration and annoyment and grief and sorrow and displeasure, despair, stress, anxiety, loneliness, boredom, guilt, shame, fear, shyness. I experienced all these things, resentfulness, and I know how debilitating that can be in some cases. And then having trained my mind to where I am today, I see like, whoa, if everybody could experience this, this would be like heaven on earth. So I'm very interested in seeing other people experience that, but I am not in a position that I'm ever interested in trying to force that on somebody or crave or long or yearn for it. But for those people that are interested to learn it, that have a sincere interest to understand it and how to get to it, then I'm here to help those people. And it's only the people that choose that that's what they're interested in that I can actually help. So I'm interested in that. I would like to see people do that, but whether people actually do or not, it's up to them. It's not up to me. So I'm only here to help those people who have a sincere interest to learn and grow and develop. And in some cases, I'll show up and there'll be 60, 80, 100 people around. In other cases, it's just one person at a restaurant that's sitting there talking to me and asking me questions. And I can be joyful and happy in all of those situations because I don't have a desire or a longing or yearning for any particular thing. I'm just interested in seeing people get to enlightenment.
Okay, thank you. I think that answers my question. I think
it's a very different way to live life, right? Like we're not used to it. In the unenlightened state, we're used to chasing after things and then getting happy when we get it. And that's what motivates us, is just chasing after our selfish desires. And that's what we know. And that's all we know. It's almost like an animal chasing after a rabbit or chasing after a mouse or something like this, or, chasing after a food source. That's what the animal knows is, hey, that's a rabbit. It looks delicious. I'm going to chase after it. And if I get it, I'm going to be happy. And if I don't, I'm going to be sad. That's what we know in the unenlightened state. Or we know to just sit over here on the couch and do nothing. Right? So there's this middle way that the mind needs to get comfortable with, which is what I'm about to teach you, is how to learn how to gradually work towards things. And this doesn't come natural to the mind, and it's not very easily understood. You need to really have a dedication and diligence to be able to look at it and then gradually work towards it. You have a question?
Someone who's enlightened, do they still need to meditate? Because if it's a permanent state, it shouldn't need maintenance.
Yeah, so for those of you guys online, he asked, is someone that's enlightened, do they still need to meditate? If an enlightened being stopped meditating, their mind wouldn't stop being enlightened. But an enlightened being won't stop meditating because they know how helpful that was to be able to get them to the enlightened mental state. So they will continue to meditate, because once you get to enlightenment, the mind has eliminated all its pollutions, and now the mind is experiencing the qualities of enlightenment. But as you continue to meditate, your mind will continue to gain increased levels of the concentration and the focus and things like that. So someone who's newly enlightened, they're no longer experiencing discontentedness. Their mind's focused and concentrated, experiencing all these different qualities. But as you meditate more, those qualities just enhance from that point forward. Okay, so I'm going to move into this topic because this is what you guys really need. So far, we've been talking a lot about the problems in the mind. I've kind of mentioned the solutions, but I haven't really gone into a lot of detail about them. With meditation, I've been teaching you guys that, but this is what you really need to be able to experience what it is that the Buddha describes as enlightenment and what we've been talking about up to this point. So I'm going to teach you guys this to a certain point, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back and learn some more. Is there anybody here today that wasn't here yesterday morning? I'm looking around. Most of you guys were all here. Okay, you two weren't here, or you three weren't here yesterday morning. Okay, you weren't here yesterday morning. Okay. I think you've learned this with me though, Sean, because the reason why I ask is this first part of the path is right view. And I taught you guys this yesterday, and I was wondering how much time I need to spend on that. But I think most of you guys were here yesterday. So this eightfold path, it's 8 individual steps. It's organized into 3 sections: wisdom, moral conduct, and mental discipline. The way that you can look at the eightfold path is look at it like 8 individual dials. If you're trying to get a better and better quality sound out of the speaker system, you would dial and tweak these dials in more and more to get a better and better quality sound out of the speakers. And this is the same thing that's true with your mind, is that when you dial this in closer and closer, you're going to get a better and better performing mind. And there's these 8 individual factors. And I'm going to use the words of the Buddha to walk you guys through this so that you can actually understand this, because this is your life practice. This is what you're doing on a day-by-day basis in order to actively train your mind. And it starts with right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. It's going to take me a good 2.5 hours to walk you guys through this and explain it, because it's a very deep and very detailed teaching. But when you're learning something, as I've shared with you guys before, you don't believe anything whatsoever. You don't believe what I'm teaching you here. You learn it, you investigate it, you examine it, you listen with eager ears, and then you reflect on it to independently verify if what I'm sharing with you is the truth through your own direct experience of things that you've experienced in life. And then you integrate it into your day-to-day life through your practice, bringing in these tools and techniques into your day-to-day life. And that's where you're going to cultivate the wisdom and actually see the real results as the mind starts to transform. So as we go, I'm going to pause a few times so you guys can ask any and all questions that you like. For those of you guys online, you can ask questions too by putting that into Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom in the comments section, or in Zoom, you can raise your hand and ask any questions that you like by unmuting your microphones. Okay, so this is right view. This is the first step. This is the foundation of the path to enlightenment. This is the words of the Buddha. He says, "In what, monks, is right view? It is, monks, the wisdom of discontentedness, the wisdom of the cause of discontentedness, the wisdom of the elimination of discontentedness, and the wisdom of the way of practice leading to the elimination of discontentedness. This is called right view." So here he's pointing to the Four Noble Truths, and he's saying that is right view. Underneath of this line here, I've put the top section of the Four Noble Truths. There's more below this, but I've put the top section just so you can build confidence that what the Buddha is talking about in the Eightfold Path as right view is the Four Noble Truths. And then what I typically do is I actually teach the Four Noble Truths at this point. But because I taught it to you guys yesterday, I'll just kind of remind you of what we talked about yesterday. We talked about the 3 universal truths. These were building blocks to be able to help you understand the Four Noble Truths. I shared with you the universal truth of impermanence, how things are constantly changing, how the whole world around you is constantly changing. And this was a building block to help you understand the Four Noble Truths. And I gave you examples to help you independently verify that by looking at your body, by looking at the sidewalk, the weather, your bank account going up and down and constantly changing. We discussed this and you were able to independently verify that yes, everything you see, hear, smell, taste that comes in contact with the body, or any thoughts or ideas that go through the mind, this is all impermanent. And this is a very vital, important building block to help you understand the Four Noble Truths. Then we talked about the universal truth of discontentedness. This is how the mind experiences conditional feelings, the pleasant feelings, painful feelings, neither painful nor pleasant. And this is what the unenlightened mind is experiencing. Some people refer to this as suffering, but I don't use that because it only explains the painful feelings. It doesn't explain the pleasant feelings in the neither painful nor pleasant. So the mind is discontented, or discontented, experiencing discontentedness because it's forming its inner feelings based on some condition. If the mind looks outside and see it's sunny, oh, you get so happy or excited. But then when it's raining, you get sad or frustrated. This is called a conditioned feeling. If the bank account is up here, you might get really happy or really excited. But then when it goes down here, you might get sad or frustrated or agitated or annoyed. These are conditioned feelings. This is the problem that the Buddha discovered in the unenlightened mind. It's going up and down and up and down. And then we talked about the universal truth of non-self. This is where where it helps to solve that pollution of personal existence view, where the mind is clinging to the body, the self-image, or the self-identity in the mind. The self-identity is like, I am Chinese, or I am American, or I am German, about your culture, your ethnicity, your sexual orientation, your nationality, your job or occupation. Your mind can cling to a certain identity in the mind and identify this as who you are. And now when you cling to this body and this mind, thinking that this is who you are, you're going to get shaken up when you hear either agreeable or disagreeable things related to this body. So if you look in the mirror and you see a wrinkle or a mole or a pimple or a gray hair, or you're losing your hair, you might be shaken up by that. Or if you spill some spaghetti sauce on your clothes, you might be embarrassed in a public setting because the mind wants to be perceived by others in a certain way because it's clinging to this self-image. The same thing is true about the self-identity. It can cling to any number of things. I gave you different examples, like I am a boyfriend, or I am a girlfriend, I am a husband, I am a wife, I am a great tipper. I think I gave you guys that example, right? That this individual who was tipping, he was like, I am a great tipper. And then when he doesn't tip, he felt uncomfortable in that situation, right? So the mind can cling to any number of things. Like, I am a police officer. And now when you're doing that job, you feel really great. But then when you retire, you get injured, or now you're a taxi driver, the mind is longing, yearning to be a police officer. And now it feels uncomfortable in that situation. So these are the three universal truths. And I went through this and walked you through in a way that you could independently verify them. The universal truth of impermanence, discontentedness, and non-self. And these are building blocks to help you understand the Four Noble Truths and establish right view. Then we talked about craving, desire, attachment. This is the wants, the expectation, the longing, the yearning, the mind pulling towards the objects of its affection, thinking that the next new shiny object waiting around the corner is going to provide some lasting satisfaction. Okay? This is the mind thinking that if I can just get this thing, everything in my life will be perfect. If I can just get more money, that's going to make everything perfect. If I can just get that bigger car, that nicer house, that is going to make everything perfect. If I can just get a boyfriend or girlfriend, oh, that's going to make everything better in my life. If I just go to Thailand, that's going to make everything better. Let me go to Thailand. That's going to make everything perfect, right? The mind thinks that these external things are going to provide lasting satisfaction. So it longs and yearns. If you've ever been in the mall and you saw like a brand new pair of shoes or a new phone or a new piece of jewelry or a video game, and your mind just was like, oh, I just got to have that. And the mind's longing and yearning for it. That's what the craving, desire, attachment is. It's not the object itself. It's the way the mind longs and yearns for it. And then it forms its inner feelings on whether you get that thing or not. Then we talked about the Four Noble Truths, where the first noble truth is explaining the problem in the mind, that the mind is experiencing discontentedness. It's experiencing conditioned feelings. It's basing its inner feelings on some condition. This is the problem. The mind's going up and down, up and down. Then the second noble truth is explaining the cause of this problem. This is the craving, desire, attachment, where the mind is craving permanence. It's wanting things to be permanent. So when you're in that relationship with the boyfriend or girlfriend, you feel so great. You have all those pleasant feelings because you're getting what the mind wants, which is this affection from somebody else. But then when you guys break up, now the mind might be angry or sad or frustrated or lonely or bored or missing this person. This isn't the love. It's the mind craving permanence and wanting this relationship to be permanent. Or if you have that brand new car and you take it to the store and you come out and there's a scratch on the car, it's not the scratch that's causing the frustration. And it's not the person who scratched the car. It's the mind craving this car to look permanently beautiful. Because you could come out and see the scratch and it's like, oh, thank goodness I have insurance. I need to take it and go get it fixed now. Right? You can just maintain your joy. But if you're craving permanence, when you see that scratch, you'll be angry. You'll be frustrated. And this is where the mind can function unskillfully. This is where you might push people away, You might push a situation away. You might be bitter, harsh, and hostile towards people through your intentions, your speech, and your actions, damaging a relationship. Or you might put your expectations on someone and try to control them. This is what the mind's doing when it's experiencing painful feelings. Because of its lack of wisdom of the second noble truth, it will falsely attribute those painful feelings to something external. And now the mind thinks that this person is causing me to be angry, so it will tend to push this person away or push the situation away. Or you'll be bitter, harsh, and hostile towards that person. Or you'll put your expectations and try to control that person to do things your way. But when you come to understand the second noble truth, you can have this breakthrough to understanding that it's your own mind that's causing these feelings, that it's not anything external. It's not your mom or dad that's causing you to be frustrated or annoyed. It's not your friends or your coworkers or your life partner or your children. None of these external things is what's causing the inner feelings of the mind. It's the mind itself. It's because of craving, desire, attachment. And then I invited you to independently verify this for yourself by looking at a recent situation where you're angry or frustrated or agitated or annoyed, and looking at that with fresh eyes, where you can see that your mind was craving something. And if you would have got what you wanted, you would have got happy. But because your mind didn't get what you wanted, you got angry or frustrated, irritated, or annoyed. Because you need to independently verify this through your own experiences so you can see that it's true. And that's where you can cultivate the wisdom to know that it's your own mind that's causing these feelings. Then you can understand the third noble truth, that the elimination of discontentedness is possible by eliminating craving, desire, attachment, by eliminating the mind's longing, yearning, and chasing after things and forming your inner feelings on that. Then you can eliminate the discontentedness. You can completely eliminate the problem by eliminating the cause. If you eliminate the cause of the problem, you'll actually eliminate the problem. And then the fourth noble truth is saying the way to do that is the Eightfold Path. The path to eliminating the discontentedness is the Eightfold Path. That's the complete perfect plan that the Buddha shares in order to be able to eliminate your discontentedness, is those 8 individual steps. Then we can move into right intention now, as since we did this little recap on right view, because right view is to have the right view that it's your own mind that's causing these feelings. Wrong view would be to blame other people. As soon as you're blaming other people or something external for what you're experiencing, that's wrong view. But when you accept responsibility for what's going on in your own mind, this is right view. And you can understand that it's your own craving, desire, attachment. That's called right view. But now we can move into right intention, because this forms the wisdom section of the Eightfold Path. There's 3 aspects of right intention. The Buddha says, in what, monks, is right intention? The intention of renunciation, the intention of non-ill will, the intention of harmlessness. This, monks, is called right intention. So there's 3 aspects to right intention: renunciation, non-ill will, and harmlessness. What renunciation is being willing to let go and give up your unwholesomeness and your false beliefs and your false opinions, right? Because as long as you hold on to what you think you currently understand about the world, you'll never get to enlightenment. You need to be willing to let go of certain things that you're doing that are unwise and unwholesome, and you need to be willing to let go of certain false beliefs that you have in your mind. But you're not getting rid of your false beliefs and bringing in new beliefs. That's not what you're doing. You're bringing in wisdom. And when you see this wisdom, because you've independently verified it, and you see that it conflicts with your false beliefs, now you get rid of your beliefs. And now you have this wisdom. By the time you get to enlightenment, you won't have any beliefs at all. You're going to know with 100% certainty the truth about the world and how the world truly functions. But right now, if you have certain beliefs in your mind, those are going to conflict with this new wisdom that you're starting to learn. So if you didn't practice the intention of renunciation, you're going to hold on to those false beliefs. You need to be willing to let those go. That's what renunciation is. Some people translate this as right thinking or right thought, because you need to cultivate the thinking or the thought or the intention of being willing to let go. One of the first false beliefs that you need to eliminate is that somebody else is causing you to be angry. That's the very first one that you need to eliminate in order to establish right view. That in order to establish right view, you need to be able to see the Four Noble Truths, and you need to be able to penetrate into that and be able to independently verify it and see for yourself that it's your own mind that's causing these feelings. Because as long as you cling or hold on to that false belief that other people are causing you to be frustrated or annoyed, you'll never get to enlightenment, because that's not the real problem. That's not the real cause of the problem. That's why the mind has been experiencing anger and frustration and agitation, stress and anxiety and all these other feelings over and over and over and over and over and over again. You haven't been able to eliminate them because you're looking in the wrong place for the source of the problem. And that's why the mind pushes people away. It's bitter, harsh, and hostile, and it puts its expectations on people. And as long as you're doing that, you're not understanding what the real cause of the problem is. And because you're not looking in the right place and you're not applying the right solution, you're going to keep experiencing the problem over and over and over again. But when you practice the intention of renunciation and you can see like, whoa, I've been believing all along that other people are making me angry and frustrated, but now you can see the truth and the wisdom that it's your own mind that's causing this. And if you're having trouble to see that, come talk to me or ask me questions in class. Let me know, because I'll be able to walk you through examples that you have from your own life and help you see how it's your own mind that's causing these feelings. Because sometimes it's not very apparent to people, even in the class like this. You need to be able to penetrate in to be able to see the Four Noble Truths very clearly, to be able to have this breakthrough. So there's other things besides this that the mind's going to need to be willing to let go of. There's certain things that you're going to be exposed to in this retreat and as you continue in your learning that completely conflicts with what you currently think you understand about the world. And as long as you hold on to what you currently think about the world, you're not going to be able to learn the wisdom. But what you do is you bring in wisdom and you get rid of these beliefs. And then you'll know true reality of how the world truly functions. Then you're going to need to practice the intention of non-ill will. The way English works is if it's a double negative, it's actually a positive. So non-ill will is the same as goodwill. So this is the intention of goodwill. What goodwill is loving kindness, where you have this genuine interest in seeing all beings be well, this active goodwill towards other beings. This is the opposite of the animosity, the ill will, the bitterness, the anger and hatred, and all those lesser versions, like the frustration or agitation or annoyance. So you're not interested in practice the intention of ill will towards others. You would like to have the genuine interest in seeing all beings be well, understanding that people's wellness is based on them. It's not based on you. Right? We were talking about this yesterday at the end of class, that people being well is not based on you. You can't make other people well. They're responsible for their own wellness. So having a genuine interest in seeing them be well is very different than taking responsibility for their wellness. They need to take responsibility for their own wellness. So having a genuine interest in seeing all beings be well is the intention that you'd like to cultivate, or the thinking or the thoughts in the mind. Then you'd like to have the intention of harmlessness, where you're disinterested or incapable of causing harm. Because anytime you're putting out harm, this harm is just going to come back to you. So you're going to need to have the thinking or the thoughts, the intention of harmlessness, where you're not interested in causing harm to other beings. Because anytime you cause harm, it's just going to come back to you. So this is right intention. Okay, so just to summarize the wisdom section of the Eightfold Path, right view is the Four Noble Truths and accepting responsibility for your own feelings, intentions, speech, and actions. This is accepting responsibility and accountability for what your own mind is experiencing. All too often in the unenlightened state, with our lack of wisdom, we will blame other people for what we're experiencing, whether it's our own mind, what's going on in your own feelings, or what you're experiencing day to day, blaming other people for what it is that you're experiencing. You need to accept responsibility for every single aspect of what you experience either internally within your own mind or any kind of experience that's happening to you in day-to-day life. You need to accept responsibility for that and then make decisions to remedy these things, right? So this is right view, the Four Noble Truths, and understanding that it's craving, desire, attachment that's causing these discontent feelings. Then right intention is having the intention of renunciation, the willingness to let go, give up on your unwholesomeness and your false beliefs and opinions, the intention of non-ill will or loving kindness, this genuine interest in seeing all beings be well, active goodwill towards all beings without judgment, right? You're not judging other beings to determine whether they deserve your loving kindness or not. You're just having love and kindness, this genuine interest in seeing all beings be well without any judgment whatsoever. And then harmlessness, where you're disinterested or incapable of causing harm to other beings. This is an intention or thinking or thought that you're cultivating in the mind. Okay, do you guys have any questions on this? No questions? Okay, yes, sir.
I was thinking if killing a chicken to eat it goes against the right intention because you're making another being suffer.
Is what you said killing?
Yes,
Is that what you
killing
said?
a chicken and to eat it.
Yeah, that's what you're going to see next in the moral conduct. And the answer is yes. That would be causing harm to another being. But you'll see me talk about that between this morning and this evening. We're going to talk about it in more detail because it's not always black and white and it's not always clear cut. So there's a big gray area that you need to be able to understand and then practice in your day-to-day life. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Like, you said that it's normal that if we're angry, we try to push people away, right? For example, if you have friends or maybe people around you doing immoral things, or maybe your boyfriend cheat on you, you would want to go away, right? And it's normal that you want to be away from that situation. And it will obviously lead to you renounce this relationship, right? Of course, it will cause broken relationship and all this. So how to deal with this? Like, I don't know, should I be exposed to that because I feel uncomfortable, so I should be exposed to that? Or should I actually need to walk away and try to practice loving kindness?
Okay, so there's aversion, which is what I've been talking about so far, is that when the mind experiences painful feelings, the mind will falsely attribute those painful feelings to something external, and now it'll try to push that thing away, thinking that that's going to solve the problem. This is based in wrong view, that the mind is misunderstanding what the real problem is that if I push this away, it's going to solve my painful feelings. This is aversion. This isn't what you're interested in doing in this kind of situation, or any situation. You're not interested in maintaining wrong view. But that's not to say that you would stay in the relationship, right? So from the outside looking in, what I'm going to describe looks very similar, that you might be walking away from a relationship. Because if you were in a relationship with a partner and they were having sex with other people, you would make the wise decision potentially to leave from that relationship. But if you're experiencing painful feelings as a result, you can walk away from the relationship while understanding this is a wise decision for me to distance myself from the relationship. But if I'm experiencing painful feelings, that's from my craving, desire, attachment. It's not from this person. It's not this person causing my painful feelings. It's my own cravings. So now you can choose wisely to step away from a relationship while maintaining your right view. So everything that the Buddha describes is all based on discernment or wise decision making. So from the outside looking in, it looks very similar. You've chosen to move away from a relationship. With right view, you can choose to move away from a relationship and realize any painful feelings you're having, you need to solve that by eliminating your craving, desire, attachment. And that's a wise decision. Or the opposite of that would be to push it away blaming this person for the painful feelings you're having. And now the mind thinks, I'm going to solve this by pushing this person away. That's aversion. But from the outside looking in, it looks very similar. A relationship is ended. But in one situation, the person has wrong view, where they're thinking this person is causing my feelings. And in the other situation, the person maintains right view, where they understand that their feelings are being caused by their own mind. Understand? Yeah, perfect. Okay. All right. So now we're going to move into the moral conduct section, because once you have the wisdom section understood, this is your foundation. That if you understand right view, where your mind is causing your own discontent feelings, and it's craving, desire, attachment that's causing it, and now you realize you need to let go, practicing renunciation, letting go of some unwholesomeness. You need to practice this genuine interest in seeing all beings be well, which is non-ill will, and you need to practice this harmlessness. Now the Buddha is going to teach you through the moral conduct of how to actually do that. But if you didn't understand that it was your own mind that was causing these feelings, why would you ever improve your moral conduct, right? You might go around the world thinking you're perfect and everybody else is the problem, right? But what you come to understand through right view is the problem is within your own mind, right? Sure, these other people in the world, they could be doing something that's unwise, surely, right? There's lots of unwise things that are happening in the world, but any discontentedness you're experiencing is happening within your own mind, and that's what you're looking to solve. And you can't solve your discontentedness by convincing other people to do things your way, because this world's never going to function the way you want it to function. It's functioning based on these natural laws. So what the Buddha is teaching you with right view is that it's your own mind craving, desiring, wanting the world to be a certain way, and the world doesn't function that way. It functions according to these natural laws. So once you understand that it's your own mind that's causing these feelings, you understand that anger and bitterness and hostility and animosity and resentfulness that comes through in your intention, speech, and actions, that's not helping you in life whatsoever. We need to learn how to be polite, kind, friendly, and respectful. So he's going to teach you this moral conduct as a way to exposing you to this natural law of karma, to be able to see this cause and effect, or this action and result, that based on our moral conduct and the way that we interact in the world, we're going to experience a certain result. Right? So when you see the moral conduct taught by the Buddha, you should never see it as rules or commandments. He's not convincing you to do anything. He's not trying to force you or guilt or shame you into doing anything. He's helping you to see this wise decision making around your moral conduct, that when you make wise decisions about your speech, your actions, and your livelihood, choosing not to cause harm to anyone, then you'll see these wholesome results coming back to you. But when you go around the world being bitter and harsh and hostile and harming people through your speech, your actions, or your livelihood, all that harm is just going to come back to you. So what he's going to teach you here in the moral conduct section is this cause and effect, or this action and result, the results of your decisions. And now you can improve the way that you function through your moral conduct, because it's your life, it's your decisions, and it's your results. Everything you experience is based on your decisions. So here you can see in right speech, in the Eightfold Path, he's explaining the things that would be wise to practice in order to eliminate your craving, your desires, your attachment, your longing, your yearning, because this type of speech has craving embedded in it. So here he says, in what, monks, is right speech? Refraining from lying, refraining from slander, refraining from harsh speech, refraining from frivolous speech. This is called right speech. So there's 4 things here: lying, slander, harsh speech, and frivolous speech. If you think about when you've ever lied, because we all have lied at different times in our life, particularly when we were children, there was something we wanted. There was something we were craving. We were longing, yearning for it. And if we would have told the truth, we wouldn't have got what we wanted. So we lied in order to try to get what we wanted. But then people discovered our lies, and they found us to be untrustworthy, unreliable, undependable. And this affected our relationships. So what the Buddha is teaching you to do is to not lie, because then you can just always tell the truth, and you can get rid of any underlying cravings that's motivating that lying. And now you can be seen as dependable and reliable and trustworthy in all your relationships, and you can have harmonious relationships. If you've ever done a lot of lying, then you know in your mind you were kind of obsessively trying to figure out, what did you say to one person versus another person versus another person? How how could you ever get to the peace and the joy if your mind's constantly trying to figure out what you said to one person to another, right? So by just telling the truth, hey, nothing to worry about, right? Just tell the truth. And then you're not craving anything. You don't have to worry about people discovering your lies. You can just always tell the truth. So simple, so easy. Then there's slander. What slander is, or gossip, is when you're degrading and diminishing other people, trying to destroy their reputation. This is also based in craving, desire, attachment. The mind wants to look good in front of other people, and it feels like if I diminish this person or this group of people, then I will look better. Right? This is like going into a dark room and somebody has a candle and you're like, if I put out their candle, my candle will shine brighter, right? But it's better to have two candles in the room that are shining because it's going to make the whole room brighter, right? So if you go around where you're slandering people, you're damaging their reputation through gossip and slander, you're going to experience unwholesome results or unwholesome karma as a result. At a very minimum, when you've got your back turned, those people that you were slandering and gossiping with, they're going to be gossiping and slandering about you. If you've ever done any gossiping and slandering, you probably noticed this, that when you were gossiping and slandering with those people, everybody was having a good old time and you guys were gossiping and slandering. But then when you walked away, they started gossiping and slandering about you. At the height of this, like an investigative reporter getting on the news, slandering somebody, they can end up murdered, right? The Buddha isn't teaching you the way the world should be. He's explaining to you the way the world is. And if you go around and gossip and slander people, damaging their reputation, they're going to want to damage you. And by choosing not to slander, you'll experience more wholesome results in your life because you're not degrading and diminishing other people's reputation. Then there's speaking without harsh speech, refraining from harsh speech, speaking gentle. What this is your tone, your tempo, and your word choice. When you have a craving in your mind where you want people to do a particular thing, you'll speak harsh and bitter and aggressive. Look at the relationships where you're close to certain people, maybe like your parents, your siblings, your life partner, your children. These are the people that you probably struggle with the most in certain relationships where you might be harsh and you might be bitter because you have a craving, you have an expectation, you want them to be a certain way, and now you speak harsh and hostile in those relationships. And it's hard for you in those relationships because you really want them to do something in a certain way. So when you get to the point where you can speak gentle with your tone, your tempo, and your word choice, you'll see that it'll help you to eliminate your cravings, desires, attachments where you're not longing, yearning for this person to be a certain way. And it's going to improve your relationships because when you're bitter and harsh and hostile in your relationships, people will not like that and they will choose to leave out of the relationship. They will push you aside and they will leave because they're not interested in that bitterness and hostility. And I know you guys have been in arguments just like I was when I was earlier in my life where you're frustrated and you're angry and you really want this person to be a certain way. You might be yelling and hollering, but it doesn't produce any beneficial results. It just damages our relationships. So the Buddha is teaching you to eliminate the harshness in your speech, paying attention to your tone, your tempo, and your word choice. Right? And with the English language, you got to really be attentive to this, where in the Thai language, it's really easy to be polite and respectful and speak gentle. We have so many words in the Thai language to be able to speak in this way. But in the English language, it's not always so apparent. So you need to be really attentive to the way you speak. You might need to start using words like sir and ma'am or thank you and please and things like this to help people understand that you're being polite and respectful with them, right? Where in Thai, it's like ka and kap and nakap and naka. And we have all these different words in Thai to be able to show people that we're being polite and respectful. Every single sentence, we can add a polite word to show people that, hey, we're being respectful here. We're being polite. But in English, you have to look at it a little bit more closely, or whatever other languages you speak, you're going to need to look at those languages and figure out a way to ensure that people understand you're being polite and respectful and kind through your speech, that you're speaking gentle. Then frivolous speech, what this is like if you've ever been in a situation where you just wanted to talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. It's like yada 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 yada. It's like not really a conversation, it's a broadcast. right? You just have this overwhelming urge to just talk, and you might just ramble for 15, 20, 30 minutes, right? This is what's called frivolous speech. Some people call it idle chatter. What frivolous speech is where you're speaking unpurposefully, unbeneficially. You're just rambling on and on and on and on and on. And this is causing that person to have to really work to understand you. And there's an underlying craving that you have in your mind. You just want to talk. You just want people to hear what you have to say. You just want to just talk and talk and talk and talk. So by getting rid of the frivolous speech and being purposeful and beneficial, you'll get to the point where you can get rid of that craving. And now people don't have to work so hard to understand what it is that you have to say. You can be clear and concise and precise about what it is that you have to say. So this is the top level of the moral conduct from the Eightfold Path. And in terms of getting to the first stage of enlightenment, because that's what we're teaching as part of this retreat, you would need to clean up all of this, and you would need to make sure that you're not doing any of this for a good year. And then by the time you build up your practice up to that point, then you'll see that it's just effortless for you. It might be challenging for you to do some of these things right now because you don't have the full Eightfold Path. When I teach you the whole Eightfold Path with like the mental discipline, it's going to make the right speech a lot easier. But you haven't learned the mental discipline yet. So something like harsh speech is probably hard for you right now. In certain relationships, it's probably quite challenging. So you might be using some harsh speech. But by the time you get to the first stage of enlightenment, you wouldn't be doing any of these things, any of these four. Either lying, slandering, harsh speech, or frivolous speech. But then what you would like to do, once you clean up this level of detail with your speech, you would like to go deeper into this. The Buddha has a teaching called the 5 factors of well-spoken speech. And this is what you would ultimately like to work towards. It's when you speak at the proper time, what you say is true, it's gentle, beneficial, and with a mind of loving kindness. What speaking at the proper time is that you ensure you're not interrupting people, because you know you don't like it when people interrupt you. So if you went around interrupting people, this is based in your craving. You just have a craving to talk. You're not even listening to what the person says. You're just listening in order to respond to this person. You're not even paying attention necessarily to what they're saying. You just want to jump in there and talk, right? So you would like to get rid of that craving and speak at the proper time where you're not interrupting people. Also, speaking at the proper time is making sure your mind is prepared to talk. If you're frustrated, if you're angry, if you're agitated, you can see in the situations where you've done that, it hasn't turned out well for you because it was just anger and frustration that was coming out of your speech and you damaged your relationships. So you would like to make sure it's the proper time for you to speak. Whereas if you have frustration and agitation in your mind, that's all based in craving, desire, attachment. That's the cause of that. It's not the proper time to talk. And then the third aspect of this is making sure it's the proper time for other people to talk. If other people are angry and bitter and harsh and hostile, you didn't cause that and you can't fix it, right? They're not ready to talk. If you go to talk to someone when they're bitter and harsh and hostile and resentful, it's just not going to turn out well for you. So you would like to give them the opportunity to calm down before you actually speak with them, right? So speaking at the proper time is making sure it's the proper time for the other person. So say you're living with a roommate or a life partner and you got a notice in the mail. And as you get this notice in the mail, it says, hey, you forgot to pay your rent and you're going to be kicked out in 3 days if you don't pay your rent. And it's like, right? You might, if you have craving, you might be all upset. Well, you need to calm down. You need to relax. And now your partner or your roommate's coming home from work, you're not interested in jumping on them right away. Like, oh my God, you didn't pay the rent. What happened? Why didn't you pay the rent? No, let them come in, put their bags down, take off their shoes, get a glass of water, have a little bit of food. Now 30 minutes, an hour later, hey honey, is this a good time to talk about something important? And they might say, yes, sure. What do you got? Or they might say, no, it was a really hard day at work today. Can we talk about this tomorrow? Well, if you don't have a craving, you should be like, yeah, sure, we can talk about this tomorrow, right? Because you're not going to be able to solve it tonight anyway. So yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow. But if you have a craving in there, you're going to want to talk about it right now, right? So you need to restrain that. You need to refrain from that. It's like riding a horse where you're pulling the reins back on your mind. So if you can learn how to speak at the proper time, this is going to produce better conversations for you because you're not interrupting. Your mind is prepared to talk, and the person that you're talking to they're prepared to talk, right? Their mind is in a good place. Whereas if any of that doesn't work out, it's not the proper time to talk, better not to be having a conversation. Then the Buddha teaches to speak what is true. That's the same thing as the top of right speech, is not having lies, because there's craving in there. Then he's talking about speaking gently. That's the same thing as the top, not having harsh speech, paying attention to your tone, your tempo, and your word choice. Then he says speaking beneficially. That's the same thing as the frivolous speech. Speaking beneficially is watching your tone, or watching your clarity, your conciseness, your preciseness, that you're speaking purposefully and beneficially when you're speaking with people. Because if you're just kind of vomiting a bunch of speech, it's a lot of work for somebody to process that. So you would like to be beneficial when you speak, that you're purposeful and clear and concise when you're speaking. Then the fifth one here is speaking with a mind of loving kindness. The opposite of this would be inner hate. If you're speaking with a mind of inner hate, this isn't going to go well for you, because that's what's coming out of your mind. It's going to be coming out of your speech, and now you're going to be damaging your relationships. Okay, so these are the 5 factors of well-spoken speech. Speaking at the proper time, what you say is true, gentle, beneficial, and with a mind of loving kindness. But remember, you're not interested in believing anything that I have to say, right? Anything that's in these books, you're not believing anything. You need to be able to independently verify this, because I've just shared with you the intellectual learning, and you've been examining it and learning it and investigating it. But now reflect on it. Think about a recent time where you've had a conversation that hasn't gone well. Look at these 5 factors of well-spoken speech, because these are the natural laws. They're affecting you, whether you're aware of it or not. Look at a recent conversation that hasn't gone well. Either you and or the other person wasn't practicing at least one of these, or maybe 2 or 3 of them, or maybe all of them. You'll be able to look at it. You'll be able to see, yep, I wasn't speaking at the proper time, or I didn't speak the truth, or I wasn't speaking gentle, or I wasn't speaking beneficially, or I wasn't speaking with a mind of loving kindness, and the conversation didn't go well, right? But then conversely, you can look at the other side to independently verify it, because you've been in conversations that has gone really well for you, right? Like conversations here. I saw plenty of them over the last couple of days where you guys have been having great conversations. Look at these. You guys were practicing them. You were speaking at the proper time. You were speaking the truth. You were speaking gentle, beneficially, and with a mind of loving kindness. So these natural laws are affecting you, whether you're aware of it or not, and you can actually practice these. And you've been practicing them in some relationships, in some conversations, without even realizing it. But now, once you understand the natural laws, you can intentionally be practicing them. You can keep this in the forefront of your mind, and you're going to need to revisit it multiple times. And now you can be practicing it in your day-to-day life to the point where all your relationships, you're practicing the 5 factors of well-spoken speech. And this is where it's gradual training, gradual practice, and gradual progress. You can't just meditate your way to enlightenment. You need to be able to be using right speech. And this is why I don't teach silent retreats. Because how could you learn how to practice right speech if you're in a silent retreat, right? You can't do that. You need to be able to interact with people and learn how to speak with right speech. Because what we're talking about here is developing something that's referred to in the Thai language as barami, right? What barami means is the one who people listen to. Each village in Thailand, there's typically some elders in the village that have barami, the one who people listen to. And the villagers know if you're having an issue, if you're having a problem, go talk to them. They have barami. They're very successful in life. And what I mean by success is not financially successful. They're very successful in their relationships. And people know that if you go talk to them, they have a lot of wisdom that's going to be able to help you. So they have barami, the ones who people listen to. They're very influential in their community. And the reason why is because they speak very well, and people respect the way that they speak because they're not causing any harm through their speech. So people respect them, and they develop this barami through practicing these teachings. So if you're interested in having barami, being the one who people listen to, whether it's in your personal life or in your professional life, if you practice this consistently for multiple months and years, more and more, you will have barami, the one who people listen to. And now you can be influential and you can actually help people in your day-to-day life when they're interested in that help, right? So this is how you do that, is by practicing the 5 factors of well-spoken speech. Speaking at the proper time, what you say is true, gentle, beneficial, and with a mind of loving kindness. Now, if you get volume 1 of our book series, there's a lot of details that I have on right speech, because you can do a lot of harm through your speech. And if you look in the book, I go through each one of these factors in detail and I describe it very clearly. So this first book, you can download it for free. You can take it and go print it. You can get printed versions here by reimbursing us for that cost, or you can order it on Amazon. This is just a little bit from that section, but that's a really long section where I'm talking about right speech, because there's so much harm that you can do there, and you need a lot of wisdom to be able to help you with that. If you can really work on bringing in the 5 factors of well-spoken speech more and more detailed in your life, that's what's going to produce the best results for you. And you're going to need to gradually train the mind to do that. But if you ever are drawing a blank and you just can't remember what the 5 factors of well-spoken speech are, if you can remember to speak polite, kind, friendly, and respectful, this is what you would like to do. Polite, kind, friendly, and respectful. And if you can remember that, that will help you. But you're going to need to know the 5 factors of well-spoken speech, because that's the natural laws. And while we refer to this as speech, right, this is what the Buddha is teaching it as right speech, we might think of it as right communication, because we do a lot more than speech. During the lifetime of the Buddha, it was right speech. That's all they did. But for us, we do all kinds of other things. We have text messages, we have social media, we have email. We might think of this as right communication. Because if you're angry, if you're frustrated, and you want to pound out that email on your keyboard, that's not the proper time to be communicating, right? So instead of hit send, maybe hit save, right? And come back a few hours later or a few days later and look at that email. So if you went to a job interview and you knocked it out of the park and you did really, really well at this job interview, but they got on your social media and they saw that you were being bitter and harsh and hostile, they're probably not going to give you the job. Right? So you would like all your communication, whether it's a text message, a voice message, an email, social media post, you would like all of it to be with these 5 factors of well-spoken speech. So you're going to need to learn them and then practice them. But where you're having a blank, maybe for the next 3 to 6 months as you're building up your practice, if you can remember polite, kind, friendly, and respectful, this will really help you. Okay, so now we're going to move on to right action. Here's the words of the Buddha. And what, monks, is right action? Refraining from taking life, refraining from taking what is not given, refraining from sexual misconduct. This is called right action. So here he's talking about 3 really impactful bodily actions that you could potentially do that will cause harm to others. Because when you're causing harm through your bodily actions, this harm is going to come back to you. He's giving you 3 really impactful ones here, but he's not giving you a complete exhaustive list. Because if you understand what this step is all about, you can figure out what would be wise and unwise. Notice he doesn't say don't walk up to someone and punch them in the face. Right? But of course, that's going to cause harm, and now this harm is going to come back to you. So he's not giving you an exhaustive list. He doesn't say, don't drag your suitcase through the aisle of a plane and run over people's feet and bump into their knees, right? Because planes didn't even exist during his lifetime. But here he's giving you 3 really big, impactful ones that are based in craving, desire, attachment. There's a certain amount of longing, yearning here to kill, to steal, and to have sexual misconduct. So what he's talking about here is ensuring that you're not causing harm through your bodily actions. Tonight, we're going to be talking about the 5 precepts, which are going to expand this for you. Right here, he's just talking very generally about these things, but in the 5 precepts, he goes into a lot of detail here. Because right here, you see refraining from sexual misconduct. Someone might say, well, what is that? Right? In the 5 precepts, you're going to see the detail where he talks about this. And what I like to give people the heads up about here is this doesn't include same gender relationships. Sometimes when people see this, they might think that that's what it includes. You'll see the Buddha describe in detail about sexual misconduct. He talks about sex with minors. He talks about sex without consent. He talks about going outside your relationships. These are all things that are going to cause harm, but he never talks about same gender relationships as being causing causing harm. Because if there's two loyal, loving, consenting adults choosing to have sex, they're not causing harm to anyone. And if you understand the universal truth of impermanence, there's never been a time in human history where all men had sex with women and all women had sex with men. You can see in his teachings that he talks about this. He actually was aware that people were having sex with the same gender. He was aware of it because he mentions it in his teachings, but he doesn't teach anything about it. He's just making the observation for his students. And he doesn't declare it as part of sexual misconduct because there's no harm involved. If there's two loyal, loving, consenting adults, it doesn't matter whether they're male and female or male and male or female and female. They're two loyal, loving, consenting adults, and they're not causing any harm to anyone. This is how wise you can see the Buddha was, because he understood this 2,500 years ago. There's people that today that don't understand this. They have certain craving in their mind. They want every man to have sex with a woman, and they want every man and every woman to have sex with a man. And now when they don't get their cravings fulfilled, their anger arises. And now when their anger arises, they're bitter and harsh and hostile. And where this is coming from is their ignorance or their unknowing of true reality. That's that craving, anger, and ignorance. But you can learn the truth, and you can see that because of the universal truth of impermanence, it's not possible for everybody to have sex with the opposite gender. So we're going to explore this more deeply this evening when we talk about the 5 precepts, and you can see in detail exactly what the Buddha is describing as sexual misconduct. But I usually like to just give people the heads up when they see it here that it doesn't include same-gender relationships. And you can see how wise this individual was 2,500 years ago to already understand this. Because today we have people that don't even understand this. Okay, so this is right action, ensuring that you're not causing any harm through your bodily actions. And there's many different bodily actions that you could potentially harm. If you've ever been around Thai people, like in a crowd, and you watch them, a lot of times Thai people will even hold their loose clothing against their body as they walk through a crowd, because they're not even interested in their loose clothing, just kind of brushing up against somebody. They will kind of hold their clothing up against their body as they kind of go through a crowd. This is because they're understanding right action, and they're not interested in causing any harm through their bodily actions. But of course, you're going to bump into somebody every once in a while. You're going to step on somebody's foot every once in a while. When we were at the market on Sunday, I know I did that a few times. So what you do is you clean that up right away. You say, "Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I apologize." Or, "Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry," right? And you just clean that up right away. Whereas if you were just haphazardly walking through a crowd and bumping into people and stepping on their foot, you would have a big problem to deal with, right? So you would like to clean this up where you're not causing any harm through your bodily actions. Not any harm to others, and not any harm to yourself either. Because the Buddha talks about substances that cause heedlessness. You're going to learn about this in the 5 precepts, where he talks about that as being something that would cause harm to you, cause harm to your own mind by producing unawareness, unattentiveness, and unalertness in your own mind. And even things like gambling. This is based in craving, desire, attachment. So he doesn't give you an exhaustive list because you need to be able to figure this out and be wise and make wise decisions in each individual moment. Then for the last part of the moral conduct is right livelihood. Here's what the Buddha says, something very general. In what, monks, is right livelihood? Here, monks, the noble disciple, having given up wrong livelihood, keeps himself by right livelihood. Here he's just saying something very general and very broad. What a livelihood is how you choose to sustain your life in the world. Meaning, like, how do you earn an income? How do you acquire the basic necessities of your life? It's like your job or occupation, essentially. So here he's just saying something very general and very broad. But then when you go into his other teachings, he actually explains what right livelihood is. And there's 2 levels of purification of your livelihood. In order to get to the first stage of enlightenment, you're going to need to get to the first fold of purification. And that's what I'm going to teach you here, is the first fold of purification. What the first fold of purification is making sure that you're not sustaining your life through any of these 5 things. Because these 5 things, you're causing harm, and now this harm is coming back to you. Again, remember, these aren't rules. These aren't commandments. He's showing you that if you sustain your life through any of these ways, it's causing harm, and now this harm is going to come back to you. So he talks about weapons, living beings, meat, substances that cause heedlessness, and poisons. And again, you're not interested in believing anything at all. You need to independently verify it. So let's just take one of these, and then you can do the others on your own. Let's just say I was on the street corner selling crystal methamphetamine into the community, or heroin, right? And now I'm standing on the street corner selling this substance into the community. I'm causing harm, because these people are getting addicted to the substance. They're doing all kinds of unwise things. They're maybe stealing to bring me money. Maybe they're selling their body for sex in order to bring me money. I'm causing harm in the community by selling this substance into the community. And now, standing on the street corner, I could get beat up. I could get robbed. I could get murdered. I could get arrested. I could get addicted to these substances myself. These are all the harms that are going to potentially come to me as a result of me causing harm, right? So this is substances that cause heedlessness. But remember, this is the natural law. This is above and beyond anything that any government is creating, because in most places in the world, it's illegal to stand on the street corner and sell crystal methamphetamine. But in some places, you could be a cashier at a liquor store, and your government's not going to arrest you for that. But if you understand the natural law of karma, you might understand that this would be unwise, because you're selling substances that cause heedlessness. And now, standing at that liquor store as a cashier, you're very likely for people to come in and beat you up and rob you or murder you. This is what people experience in those kind of environments. Or at the very least, you're going to be dealing with intoxicated people coming in and out from time to time, right? So this natural law is functioning at a much higher level. So your government wouldn't necessarily arrest you for working at a liquor store. But with you knowing the natural law of karma, you might realize, this is unwise for me to actually do this, right? So you need to look above and beyond the human laws, because those are imperfect. They're not going to function the way that the natural law functions. The natural law is unbiased. It's going to show you where you're making unwise decisions. So here you can go through each one of these and independently reflect on it and verify it for yourself. Then another part of the first fold of purification, the Buddha is giving you guidance on how to perform your livelihood, because he's helping you to be able to be successful in your day-to-day life, in your professional life. Whereas if you were scheming, flattering, hinting, belittling, or pursuing gain with gain, you're not going to be able to conduct your livelihood in a way that's going to produce successful results for yourself. So for example, scheming, this is like corruption. So let's just say I was a politician. I was elected the mayor of a city, and now I've been doing this political work for 10 or 15 years, but I've been corrupt the whole time. And now people find out about my corruption. Well, now I'm going to find it very hard to sustain my life, because I'm not going to be able to get reelected. And now I'm out on the street without a job, and people aren't interested in hiring me because of my corruption, right? Flattery, what this is like insincere comments where you're just trying to get people to buy things from you. Like maybe a customer walks in and you're like, oh my goodness, that shirt looks so good on you. It really brings out the color of your eyes. You know what? I got these perfect earrings that'll go with that shirt. Come on over here. Let me sell you these earrings, right? If you've ever been into a store like that, you're probably like, you probably don't even feel comfortable to be there. You might have even turned around and walked away. So if you're going to be successful in your career, you need to make sure you're not just sharing insincere comments just to get people to buy things from you, right? Then hinting, what this is where you're not clear and concise about the work that you're doing. Say all of us were on a project team and we needed to go brief the boss about the work that we're doing. We'd like to be clear and concise and precise about what it is that we're actually doing in our work, so the boss will understand where we are on the project. Whereas if you were just hinting and you weren't clear and concise in your work, it's not going to be able to help you perform well and get increased promotions at your work. Pursue or belittling, what belittling is where you're degrading and diminishing other people in the work environment, like your coworkers, maybe your business partners, or maybe even your competition. Some people think that it's wise to belittle your competition, right? But this isn't actually going to go well for you, because your customers are going to hear you belittling your competition and they're not going to be interested in doing business with you. So if you don't have anything good to say, just don't say anything at all. Right? If somebody asks you about your competition, just say, I'm not sure what they sell or what they do, but I can share with you what I can do for you. I can help you with this, right? So you're not interested in belittling your competition or your business partners or your coworkers, because this will keep healthy relationships in your professional environment. Then what pursuing gain with gain is, this is where you're just taking a job for the money and you don't really care about the product or service, that you're just doing it for a paycheck. You're just doing it for the money. You could care less about the product or service. If you've ever had a job like that, it probably felt very mundane. You probably felt very bored. You probably dragged yourself to work each day. Maybe initially you were very excited because you're getting such a big paycheck, but then after several months that wore off, and then you just kind of dragged yourself to work each day, right? So what the Buddhist helping you to be able to do is get to this point where you have enthusiasm and motivation and ambition about the work that you do. Whereas if all you care about is the money, that's going to wear off. And next thing you know, you're sitting in this job and in this career that you really don't care about and you're not really motivated to do. You have to drag yourself to work each day, right? But you can get to the point where it's not work, right? You actually enjoy what you do, right? When I come here to the temple, I got a big smile on my face riding on my motorbike coming here. In rainy season, it's pouring down raining. I'm getting soaking wet, and I'm just coming to the temple with a big old smile on my face. It's wonderful to get here and share these teachings with you, right? But there's been other times where in the past, when I was in IT, I might have taken a certain job because it was a really big paycheck, and I was like, look at that. And I might take that job, but man, it was miserable to drag myself to work each day because I didn't really care about the work that I was doing, right? I was just collecting a paycheck. So if you find yourself in that kind of job, you're not going to be able to get to peacefulness or joy where you enjoy every single aspect of your life. By the time you get to enlightenment, there's nothing about your life that you would change. You enjoy every single aspect of your life, whether it's your relationships or your job or where you've chosen to live, whether you have a life partner or not, all these kinds of things, you will enjoy every single aspect of your life. You're not going to be dragging yourself to work each day. So if you go to a place that is miserable and you feel miserable when you're there, you're not enlightened yet. So you need to find a livelihood that you have enthusiasm and motivation and encouragement to do. And that's going to take you some time. You're going to need to get rid of these pollutions out of the mind to be able to make that wise choice where you're not just chasing the biggest paycheck. And that's what the Buddha is teaching you here, is don't just chase money for your livelihood. Instead, do something you really care about, that you're really motivated about, that you're really encouraged about. You know, here in Thailand, if you go to some of these markets, you know, there's that lady on the corner selling her mango and sticky rice, and she just thoroughly enjoys waking up in the morning, going out to her mango grove, picking each one of her mangoes, bringing them to the market, preparing her sticky rice, putting it on that little tray for you and giving you that coconut milk over that mango and sticky rice and handing it to you with a big old smile, right? You need to find your mango and sticky rice. What's your mango and sticky rice, right? What is it that you're going to thoroughly enjoy about providing this world, right? There's people here in Thailand that you can see that have a big old smile on their face, just sweeping the streets. They just enjoy it so much, keeping the streets clean for you, right? And that's what you would like to do, is find what is your mango and sticky rice. And when you find it, then you'll be at peace because you'll know, this is what I'd like to be doing for the rest of my life. And now I can earn a livelihood and I can sustain my life based on this thing that I thoroughly enjoy, right? That's what you would like to be able to do. Okay. So now just summarizing that is right speech is ensuring that you're not causing harm through your verbal conduct, but also text messaging, chats, posts, emails, all of this should be harmless. You're going to need to practice those 4 things as part of right speech: eliminating lying, slander, harsh speech, and frivolous speech. But then in more detail, the 5 factors of well-spoken speech: speaking at the proper time, what you say is true, gentle, beneficial, and with a mind of loving kindness. Then you need to practice right action, where you're not causing any harm through your bodily actions, right? That you're not dragging your suitcase down the aisle of a plane and running over people's feet and just bumping into people, that you're paying attention to how you move about the world and not causing harm through your bodily actions. And then look at your livelihood and purify your livelihood. That purification that I talked about so far, about those 5 livelihoods: business and weapons, living beings, meat, substances that cause heedlessness, and poisons. You would like to ensure you're not doing any of those. And then you would like to eliminate the scheming, the flattery, the hinting, the belittling, and the pursuing gain with gain. That's the first level of purification. If you're in a job right now that you don't particularly care about, or you're in between jobs and you need to find a new job, you might be interested in looking at the second fold of purification. If you're interested in that, you can look in volume 12, chapter 14. In volume 12, chapter 14, that's where the Buddha has the full teachings of not only this first fold of purification, but also the other details that you need in order to get to that second fold of purification. Because if you're going to move jobs, you might as well do it with that in mind, right? So volume 12, chapter 14, and the books are over there, or you can get it on our website or any of those other things, right? So you would like to make sure you're sustaining your life in a way that you have enthusiasm and motivation and ambition in your livelihood. And now you can go to work with a smile on your face every day, and you can enjoy everything that you do. It doesn't feel like work, right? It's kind of like a 4-letter word, right? It's like profanity, right? It's work. Oh my goodness. No, it doesn't have to be like that. No, I'm going to work. I'm going to help people today, right? It can be fun for you. You can enjoy what you do each and every day. And you just happen to be getting a little bit of money for it to be able to sustain your life, right? So any questions on the moral conduct section? Oh, yes, Keely.
Oh, okay. So I would like to ask you about right speech. Like yesterday, we went to the excursion. Most of the time, I was silent and listening to the peers talking with each other. When I am interested, I will join the conversation. And if I have any question, I will ask about that. But most of the time, I'm just being a listener. So I would like to know, do I need to make a little bit of change on my way to the practice? Because you just mentioned that to practice the right speech, actually we need to have interaction with others, right?
Right speech doesn't mean that you necessarily have a certain volume of interaction. But what I was saying is the reason why I don't teach silent retreats is because you can't practice right speech in a silent retreat. Like nobody has ever gotten to enlightenment by going to live in a cave for 10 or 15 years, because when they come out, they haven't learned how to practice right speech yet. You know, they might feel quite peaceful in their cave, but as soon as you come into the city and people are bumping into you and they're talking loud and, you know, you're seeing different things, you're hearing horns honk, this person's peace is gone, right? So it's not about the volume of speech that you have. It's about when you speak, you make sure that you're not harming through your speech.
Okay, thank you. Also, do you have any guidance or advice for me to continue with my practice about this? Because actually, when I am around with many people, most of the time I'm just being silent and being a listener. I'm not sure whether it's a wholesome way for me to do that, or I need to be more active with others.
You don't have to force yourself to talk because that's your personality. You're just more of a quiet person. You like to listen, where other people enjoy talking, right? So you don't have to put pressure on yourself to talk and engage. But when you do talk, you would like to do it with the 5 factors of well-spoken speech. And then make sure that there isn't any shyness in there. Because I don't think it's shyness, the reason why you don't talk, because I've been around you a bit. I don't think you're shy at all. I think you're just listening and you're just interested in what other people have to say. And when you have something to say, you say it with intention and you're not causing harm with your speech. And that's what you would like to be able to do. So you don't have to put pressure on yourself to speak a certain amount of volume.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. There's a question behind you. If you could pass the mic back there.
Getting closure an act of frivolous speech or instilling like some kind?
Getting closure is an individual's mind that has craving, where it's longing, yearning for something. So the idea of getting closure, you're not going to have closure in every single situation. And the mind being uncomfortable with that is because of its craving, its longing, yearning for a final conversation or a final closure. And you're not going to get that in each situation. So the mind needs to be comfortable with, in some cases, there's going to be some final conversation. In other situations, there's not going to be. And that's not a problem. It's just that the real problem is the mind's discontentedness. And the cause of that is because it's craving and longing and yearning. So in Western culture, we tend to look for that, where we want this closure. But that's the longing, yearning. You're not going to always get that in each situation. So you're going to need to get comfortable with that. And just being comfortable with, like, okay, this person isn't interested in talking, and that's okay with you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, ma'am.
Just for example, if something bad happened on you, or by example, if some friends hurt you, or I know it's my mind, but you would want to tell your friend about it, and you would need to describe what happened. And since the things that happens to your friend is not some good things, so you could be like, you could conduct the wrong speech by belittling your friend. I don't know what's the difference between these two.
Yeah, that's what the mind's used to in the unenlightened state, is going to your friend and saying, you did this and you did that and you did this and this was wrong and that was wrong. You know, we're like downloading all these reasons why I can't be your friend anymore, or you hurt me. But when you understand these teachings and you establish right view, you'll understand that it's not your friend that's hurting you. If they punch you in the face, they're causing physical pain, right? But any mental pain is coming from the mind's cravings, desires, attachments. So you don't need to go to your friend and say, like, you did this and you did that and you did this. You're just listing out your cravings and your expectations of what you want this person to be. Instead, you need to be able to see that any kind of pain that you're experiencing within your own mind, it's being caused by your own mind. And it's not going to be fixed by trying to convince this friend to do things your way. If you have a specific example, we can talk about it here if you like. Do you have a specific example? Because that'll help you see what I'm talking about more clearly. Because I can see that you're like, I'm not so sure about this. Do you have a specific example?
What I'm talking about is, like, I've been really good friends with this one boy and one girl. And this girl, she has a very long-term relationship boyfriend, and they know each other through me. Okay. And we have been hanging out together. And now this boy is pursuing this girl. For me, he has really actually also bad history in relationships. So for me, I think them being the woman also kind of falling into both sides. She's in a difficult situation that she really liked this boy also. So I feel like they are doing the wrong thing right now, and I kind of distance myself from this. And I also tell one of my colleague about it, which is, I actually really want to just release my feeling, but afterwards I feel bad because we are in the same work environment. I could be causing rumors about them. So it's also causing me anger and complex feelings right now.
So you don't want them to be a couple? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see?
I know I have this craving that my friend shouldn't do this. I see that, and it's my own craving that I thought that we can always be friends like this all the time, but it's impossible. I should accept this. Yes.
Yeah, it's their decision. It's their life, their decisions, right? So you can see it's your craving, it's your expectation. And you don't need to go to them and tell them, like, I don't think you guys should be together. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do that. That's your ego and your own craving, trying to step into someone else's life and tell them what they should or shouldn't be doing. And that's the mind thinking, like, I know what's right here. I know what's right for you, right? This is putting expectations on these other people where it's their life. Just let them do whatever they would like to do. And if it ends up in, turmoil and they have a terrible relationship, that's their choice. You have nothing to do with that.
It's just like the part I have a complex feeling is that I share this with one of the colleagues because these both of them are my colleagues too. So I think maybe I did wrong.
So that's slander and gossip, right? So I don't think about these teachings as right and wrong, even though we call it right speech and right. What this really means is like proper speech or righteous speech based on the natural laws. So I don't think of it like, oh, I'm so wrong, right? Instead, just realize like, oh, I did something unwise here. And now that I see it, that it is unwise, and I realize now the wise way to do things, just aim to not do that anymore and just make your wiser decisions in the future, because you can't go back and fix that. But now you know for the future that would be unwise. But you don't have to beat yourself up or feel guilty or shameful that you did do it. But just now for the future, just choose not to do that anymore. But you are going to experience unwholesome results because of that. People are going to gossip about you and probably slander you, or they probably already are. But now just aim not to do that anymore. So now as you get further and further away from that, where you're not slandering and gossiping, then people won't slander and gossip about you. You're welcome. Yep. Have some more questions.
Could you just clarify the business in living beings?
Yeah, this is like if you had slaves, or if you were like, say, a dog breeder, and you were like basing your livelihood off of the womb of this dog that's producing all these animals, or maybe you were in like sexual work or something like that, like selling sexual activity. The end product is a living being, right? That is business in living beings. Yes, sir.
I have a question about like the right livelihood and the businesses in that. So, for example, in some things which come to mind, like for example, sugar and caffeine, those are, let's say, things that are a bit more like tainted, if how they're defined. Some people refer them as poison, some people use them normally. Is it then depending on this body's experience of how we see people around that to maybe not sell those things, or to sell them, or where do we define those like gray areas?
Yeah, you're going to see this evening, we're going to talk about the 5 precepts, and that's one of the 5 precepts. And I'm going to be talking about caffeine and sugar and even other things where there's a big, large gray area like marijuana and prescription medications. We're going to be talking about all that this evening. So I think it's better we'll talk about it there. Yeah. Yep.
Does business and living beings include things like farming, like rice, wheat, fruit, those kind of things? Because they're still living as well, right? But what's the meaning behind the term?
The way that you define a living being, the way the Buddha defines a living being, is based on what's called the 5 aggregates. This is also something we'll talk about later, but I'll talk about it now since it relates to this. Is the 5 aggregates are the 5 criteria or the 5 elements that make a living being a living being. Plants aren't living beings. While people consider them to be alive and they talk about them as if they're alive, when you understand the 5 aggregates, you can see that they're not a living being. What the 5 aggregates are is a living being is going to have form, physical form. It's going to have feelings. It's going to have perceptions, which are views and opinions about the world. It's going to have volitional formations or choices and decisions. It's going to have free will. And then it's going to have a consciousness or a mind. So form, feelings, perceptions, volitional formations, which are choices and decisions, and a consciousness. And you can, again, don't believe me here. You can independently verify this because you know you're a living being. You know you have physical form. You have feelings, you have perceptions, which are views and opinions about the world. You have volitional formations, which are choices and decisions. You have free will. And then you have a consciousness, which is the mind. But then don't just stop there with your independent verification. Look at something that you know is not a living being, like this chair that I'm sitting in. Does it have physical form? Yeah, has physical form. Does it have feelings? Doesn't have feelings, right? Does it have perceptions? Does it have views and opinions about the world? No. Does it have volitional formations? Because it choose to pick itself up, walk down the street, and put itself back down? Doesn't have that. Does it have a consciousness or a mind? doesn't have that either, right? So you can look at something like a plant and you can see that this tree, it has physical form, but it doesn't have feelings, it doesn't have perceptions, it doesn't have volitional formations, choices and decisions to pick itself up and move itself, and it doesn't have a consciousness. So while we say things like, don't kill that plant, or I'm going to kill this virus, or I'm going to kill this bacteria in my body, you can see that these things aren't living beings because they don't have all 5 aggregates. So sometimes when we lack wisdom, we will use language that doesn't accurately represent what it is that we're actually describing. So what we're really doing is we're harvesting that plant, right? Or we're eliminating that bacteria from our body. We're not truly killing it because it's not a living being. And the way you can see this is not only through the 5 aggregates, but you can see it through the natural law of karma. That the natural law of karma is that if you're causing harm to a living being, then that harm is going to come back to you. So when we eliminate a bacteria from the body, if this was a living being, we've just caused harm, so therefore harm would come to us. But when we eliminate a bacteria from the body, we experience wholesome results, right? Because we now become healthier. Right? And that's how you can see this bacteria is not a living being through the 5 aggregates, but you can see it through the natural law of karma too. And you can see that with a plant, that when we harvest a broccoli, we haven't caused any harm here because that's not a living being. And we actually experience not unwholesome karma, we experience wholesome karma, that we get food to eat. One of the things that we've learned with plants though, is like when we were cutting down trees in the past, we were just harvesting and harvesting and harvesting. We weren't doing the other side, which was planting. So we've learned that if we harvest one tree, we need to plant 5 or 10 trees. And that's going to make sure that we keep the forest growing and we have oxygen and these kinds of things. So a lot of times we use language with our lack of wisdom that doesn't truly represent what is true reality. So we might say, don't kill that plant, or I'm going to kill this virus or kill this bacteria, where in reality, that's not what we're truly doing. We're harvesting this plant, or we're eliminating this virus or bacteria. So the more you understand the 5 aggregates in the natural law of karma, and you can see this for yourself, the clarity of it, and then you might start to choose to speak in different ways, because now you'd like to speak the truth and not lie. You'd like to represent the truth and be clear and concise about how you speak. Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead, Gary. You've been patient.
Yep. So my question relates to psychotherapy and its relationship to sort of mindfulness, breathing, meditation. I'll expand on what I mean. So in the mindfulness, breathing, meditation, you encourage us to sort of cut our thoughts off for feelings and come back to the breath, right? Whereas in like classical psychotherapy, you're sort of encouraged to go deeper into your past, into your memories, into your feelings, and all that. So these two things seem to me kind of opposed. Mm-hmm. So, like what would you say to that?
I don't know a whole lot, as much as like a psychiatrist or a psychotherapist would know about that field. I only know about it from when I experienced it as a patient, as I was, doing those kinds of things. But from my experience, what that discipline teaches is how to cope with your feelings and how to manage your feelings, which is very different than what the Buddha is teaching you. The Buddha is teaching you how to eliminate the causes and conditions that are producing them so that you can eliminate the conditional feelings. He's not teaching you how to cope with them or manage them. He's teaching you how to completely eliminate them out of the mind so that you can get to the peace and the joy. And you don't have to feel these feelings to be able to eliminate them. Yeah, so it's two completely different approaches in my perspective.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, yeah.
if a person, let's say, if a salesperson sells a high value product to a rich client, however, this client, his money is coming from cheating people. So the client's money is not clean. In this case, the karma, we say the bad karma. So it goes to the client. Does it goes to the salesperson as well?
No, because it's the decisions that you're making. So as a salesperson, you're selling this computer to this person, and now this person is choosing to give you money for that. That's the choice that you've made. And there's no harm in selling this computer to that person. If that person stole their money or got it through ill-gotten gains, they're the ones who are making those decisions, and they're experiencing the unwholesome karma because of that, not the person who's selling the computer or the car or something like that.
But it still doesn't feel right. Like if the person is has got his money by cheating other people, and then he's bought multiple properties, or he's bought multiple property and he's reselling the property to other people by cheating them. So in this case, the salesperson shouldn't, I mean, if he knows the entire story from the beginning, then he shouldn't be conducting the sales, right? If he doesn't know, then maybe it's somewhat forgiven, right?
It's not that there's anybody that's forgiving it. It's not like there's some entity that's controlling the natural law of karma. It's just what's happening. So like if you were that salesperson selling the computer and you didn't know where this person gets their money, because that's not something you do as a computer salesperson. You don't investigate where each person's money is coming from. You're just selling a computer to somebody who's giving you money. But if you were in business and you did have insight into somebody who was doing scheming and corruption, then you would probably choose not to do business with them. That would be your choice as a business person. And that's why the Buddha is teaching you as part of right livelihood that it's unwise to do scheming and corruption. Because if somebody finds out that you are doing scheming and corruption, they wouldn't be interested in doing business with you. So whether you choose to do business with that person is a personal choice for you. I wouldn't do business with that person, but whether you choose to do that or not, it's up to each individual person. But you're not experiencing the unwholesome karma by selling a computer to somebody, because that's the decision you're making, is just to sell the computer. Your role as a salesperson isn't to figure out where all this individual money is coming from each individual person.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Sir, you have a question?
Okay, and you talked about right livelihood and about person gain with gain. Okay, so so people that don't care about the product or service, only for the paycheck. But if I go to my miserable job every day, happy because if I'm unhappy, that's a conditional feeling about my job. Why should I change my job?
Because you're asking me, why would you change your job? Because you're feeling unhappy every day?
No, because imagine I'm doing my job just for the money. I don't care about, even if it's a good industry, I don't know, sports industry. I work for the sports industry, but I don't care about my job. I just go there I get the job done and I get my money. But I go happily with my motorbike because I'm not conditioned about the shitty job I have. Why should I change my job?
So in that situation, if you don't care about the work that you're doing and all you care about is the money, eventually that craving for the money is going to wear off. And you're not going to be motivated, because we were talking about motivation and encouragement earlier and ambition. If what's motivating you is the money, and that's the reason why you're doing this job, when that craving wears off, because it will wear off, it will get eliminated, where it doesn't have the same conditional pleasant feelings anymore, you're going to feel miserable in that job. You're not going to feel happy in a job that you're doing just for money. You're not going to be able to sustain that happiness because it's a conditional happiness. It's going to arise, it's going to change, and it's going to fade away. So at the end of the day, you're going to feel miserable in that job. So if you would like to stay in that miserable job, you can, But what the Buddha is teaching you to do is to get to a livelihood that you feel thoroughly enthused about and motivated about, so that it's not the money that's motivating you, but it's the actual work that you're doing day to day that you thoroughly enjoy, cutting up that mango and preparing that sticky rice, and you just thoroughly enjoy giving this mango and sticky rice to the community. And that's what's motivating you, rather than the money part of it. That's going to wear off. Okay, so more questions? Okay.
Yeah, regarding harsh language and is there any situation you can think of that using harsh language for the good of a situation might be justifiable?
No, anytime you have harsh language, it's from a craving, desire, attachment. And being harsh and bitter and hostile, it's not going to produce any beneficial results.
Can I give you an example?
Sure.
Okay. I have a friend in the Philippines. He has a visa agency. And it's a couple, UK guy, married 20 years. And then they applied for, he was then diagnosed with cancer. And then he only wanted her to go over to the UK to be with him because he had 6 months to live. So he got refused the visa. So he wrote them a really harsh, not a nice email. And they actually replied and said they would actually now relook at the case and they should actually given a visa to go to spend the last few months with her husband. So it's using harsh language, but yet you created a good.
I would say that person got what they wanted, which was the visa, but there wasn't a good result there because now there's a damaged relationship. Because I had a similar situation when I married my wife. There was a period of time where we were together in the U.S. for 3 years, and then she came back here to Thailand, and they wouldn't give her a visa to come back. So she was here for 2 years, and then eventually we got married. She went to the U.S. Embassy. They wouldn't give her a visa, even though we were married, because my ex-wife had filed something at the embassy talking all this slander about my then wife, my current wife, and the embassy official declined her visa. So I chose to write a very nice, polite, well-worded letter to the embassy, and they approved her visa, right? And now I have a good relationship with the people at the embassy. So when there's the next issue and the next issue and the next issue, I can just handle it respectfully. Whereas if you're getting what you want through harshness and bitterness and hostility, you have to work yourself up into a real frenzy sometimes to be able to do that. And now people are only doing things for you out of fear, potentially. You would like to get to the point where you're able to sit and talk and logically discuss things with people. So this person got what they wanted, which was the visa, but they didn't get a healthy relationship and a wholesome relationship, which is ultimately what you're looking to produce in all parts of your life. Yep.
Building actually on that, I have another example, which, like, let's say you see your kid wanting to touch a hot stove, and I mean, you can just let it happen, I guess. But the only way to do it to not cause this person harm is by harsh language, quick, fast, to not get your kid injured or hurt or in some way.
Again, that's coming from craving, desire, attachment. The parent craves for this child to be permanently safe. And now when they see it headed towards something unsafe, the harshness and the hostility comes out because of the mind's craving. But you can do this differently. You see your kid going to the hot stove, which I experienced with my son, going to the hot stove. Bailan, you can't touch that stove. That's really hot. It's going to hurt you. Let him go. He goes to the stove. Bailan, daddy's letting you know, don't touch the stove. It's not a good idea. You're going to get hurt. And then he keeps going to the stove. Eventually, I just let him touch the stove. And then he realized, like, oh, that's so hot. And now he doesn't touch it anymore, right? So as a parent, you can't keep restraining your child with every little thing you see them headed towards that is going to produce harm. Sometimes you need to let them touch the hot stove. And then they cultivate the wisdom that they need. But being harsh and bitter with them, that's just going to come back to you, because when you get old and now your kid sees you doing something that they don't want you to do as an elderly person, they're going to yell and holler at you because that's what you taught them. But if you can talk loving and kind and warm and gentle with them and teach them and guide them, now that's what you're going to receive back from your child. So that's where your gamma is coming back to you. If you put out that harshness and bitterness with the people around you, it's just going to come back to you. So there's no reason to be harsh and bitter. Now with my son, there are times where I do what's called speaking firmly. The Buddha teaches this, right? So me and my son, we've talked many times about lying, right? We've had many discussions about lying. And we've sat down and we've talked and we've discussed it, why it's unwise. But then there were periods of time where he was still lying. And I would need to say, Bailan, Dad's talked to you about this lying before. We've discussed it. You need to cut this stuff out. This isn't going to produce any beneficial results for you in your life, right? It's still proper word choice, tone, tempo, and word choice, but I've just firmed it up a little bit. Instead of like, Bailan, we've talked about this lying before. Like, come on. Like, are you serious? You're going to keep lying here, right? That might be how I talk to him for a certain period of time. But at some point, I need to kind of firm it up a little bit so he knows that I'm serious. But there's still no harshness behind it. It's still the tone, tempo, and word choice is still gentle, and there's no anger behind the firm speech. There's no anger in the mind whatsoever. It's not coming from that, because that's where the harsh speech comes from. You don't get what you want, you don't get a visa, and the mind becomes harsh and bitter and hostile because there's anger behind it. And that's what you need to eradicate from the mind so that now you can talk in loving ways and in gentle ways with all people.
Is there a way that how you would escalate it even further if the firmness talk would not work?
Yeah, I can firm it up a little bit more than that. But if you use too much of that firmness, it becomes less effective, right? If somebody's always bitter and harsh and hostile, people just tune you out, right? They're not even interested anymore. So I very rarely do this with my son. We always are sitting and talking and discussing multiple times before I ever get to firm speech with him. But every once in a while, I might use some firm speech with him, and then it's more impactful because he doesn't hear it very often. And when he hears it, he knows that it's really serious.
If he wouldn't change at all and keep lying all the time, would then be the best way to just like walk away from that relationship ultimately?
No, I don't suggest that you walk away from a child, because you have a certain responsibility there to guide them. But my goal isn't to get him to do things my way. That's not my goal. My goal is to impart wisdom with him so that he can understand what wise decision making is. And then I'm supporting him and encouraging him in that, because we've probably talked I would say 100 times about lying during the course of his life, because that's the way children are. And each time we're discussing it and why it's unwise and helping him to see the unwholesome results that it's producing for him. And then ultimately now, it's probably been a good 6 months to a year. I haven't seen any lies from him recently. People just need time to gradually train their mind, and that's where your patience needs to come in. So my goal isn't to force him to do things my way. My goal is to be understanding that this is a being that's lacking wisdom, and my role is to help him cultivate that wisdom. And I need to be patient as he's doing that, because I used to lie too when I was a kid. So he needs that time to be able to do that. So you don't just walk away from a relationship because you're not getting that person to do things your way. That's not the goal of this path, is to get other people to do things your way. In this relationship with my son, I'm imparting wisdom and helping him to learn wisdom. But at the end of the day, there's sometimes where he does things differently than what I suggest or what I recommend. And that's okay, because he's his own being. So I wouldn't walk away from a relationship just because they're not doing things the way that I would do them. Okay, so I was planning to take a break about 20 or 30 minutes ago. It's 20 minutes to 12. So this next piece that I have to teach you will probably take me about 30 minutes to teach you. So you guys can take a 20-minute break. Let's come back at 12, and then I'll teach the next piece in about 30 minutes. So enjoy your break, and I'll see you guys at 12, okay? Mm-hmm. 1 second. yet. And that's unfortunate because this next piece, you wouldn't be able to practice any of that other stuff that I was talking about without this next piece. You need this next piece in order to really be able to practice all the other stuff. Once everybody gets back in, I'm probably going to take a little poll about the elephant sanctuary and all this kind of stuff. And I know Andy and Jeannie have an announcement too. No? Okay. You have a what? Oh yeah, it's up to you. Oh, okay, the two of you guys. Okay, most people are here, so I'll let you guys know that Jeannie and Andy have put together a WhatsApp group so that you guys can communicate during the week as we're doing different excursions and different events. So if you guys would like to get plugged into their WhatsApp group, you can talk to them and they'll get you guys plugged into that. And then since most of you guys are here, let me take a little survey. Here comes some more people. I would like to get a final count for the elephant sanctuary. Can you guys let me know how many people are going to the elephant sanctuary? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, only 5. Okay, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so I told them about 12 to 14, so we're good to go. Okay, just would like to make sure it's not 20, because then we'd have to get a second van. So we have enough for one van. Okay, all right. So this last section of the Eightfold Path, the mental discipline section, this is what's going to allow you to put everything else into practice. All of this path, it's not like you're mastering one step before you move into the next step. You're actually dialing all of these into your practice all at one time. If it wasn't for the mental discipline, you wouldn't be able to practice the moral conduct. You're going to need this mental discipline to knock down your cravings, your desires, your attachments. So while the speech is showing you the wise way to speak where you don't have craving, desire, attachment in your speech, it's the mental discipline that's going to really help you to be able to implement that. So I'm going to share this just like I did before. I'm going to walk you through each one of these using the words of the Buddha, and then I'm going to teach it to you. Okay. So this first one here is the Buddha describing right effort. He says, "In what, monks, is right effort? Here, monks, a monk rouses his will, makes an effort, stirs up energy, exerts his mind, and strives to prevent the arising of unarisen, evil, unwholesome mental states. He rouses his will, makes an effort, stirs up energy, exerts his mind, and strives to overcome evil, unwholesome mental states that have arisen. He rouses his will, makes an effort, stirs up energy, exerts his mind, and strives to produce unarisen, wholesome mental states. He rouses his will, makes an effort, stirs up energy, exerts his mind, and strives to maintain wholesome mental states that have arisen, not to let them fade away, to bring them to greater growth, to the full perfection of development. This is called right effort." So the Buddha is talking about 4 things here that you need to apply effort and energy to accomplish. He's talking about preventing unwholesome mental states from arising in the mind. He's talking about eliminating unwholesome mental states that are currently in the mind. He's talking about cultivating wholesome mental states to come into the mind. And he's talking about supporting and encouraging wholesome mental states that are currently in the mind. So I'm going to walk you through this and give you some examples, but understand that these examples are going to be unique to you. So here I'm just giving you some examples to understand how to apply right effort, but you're going to need to understand what is wholesome and unwholesome within your own mind. And I'm going to show you how to do that with the next step. So this first part of right effort is to prevent unwholesome mental states that have not arisen from arising in the mind. So this is like there's certain unwholesome mental states that are not currently in your mind. And what the Buddha is saying is apply the effort to prevent those from ever coming into the mind. A good example of that is probably killing another human being. You probably have no interest in killing another human being whatsoever. It's probably the farthest thing from your mind right now, right? And because that's an unwholesome mental state, the Buddha is saying apply the effort to prevent that from ever coming into the mind. And there's other things that are not currently in your mind right now that are unwholesome mental states. And the Buddha is saying prevent those through right effort from ever entering into the mind. Then there's abandoned unwholesome mental states that have arisen in the mind. There are certain unwholesome mental states that are currently in your mind. And if you're noticing any of those, you need to apply the effort to eliminate those and abandon those out of the mind. Some examples might be if somebody was in a current relationship and they have a craving for sex outside of that relationship, you know that that's going to cause harm to your relationship. So when you see that coming up in your mind, you're going to need to apply effort to eliminate that out of the mind, to cut that off and abandon it out of the mind. Or anger or frustration is another example. If you're noticing the anger coming up, this is an unwholesome mental state. Cut that off, abandon that, get that out of the mind. You would like to eliminate it out of the mind. Then there's produce unarisen wholesome mental states to arise in the mind. There's certain wholesome mental states that you're going to need to cultivate in order to get to enlightenment, and those aren't currently in your mind right now. And you're going to need to bring those into the mind. It's going to take effort to bring those into your mind. Some examples might be like generosity. You're learning that generosity is a wholesome mental quality because it's training your mind to give and share, to eliminate selfishness, to eliminate craving, desire, attachment. If you notice that it's hard for you to share, it's difficult for you to do that, you're going to need to apply the effort to practice something like generosity. And there's other wholesome mental states too that you're going to learn as part of this path that aren't probably currently in your mind right now. You're going to need to apply the effort to bring those into your mind. Another example might be compassion. Compassion is the concern for the misfortune of others. The opposite of compassion would be indifference. So if somebody was indifferent, they'd be like, who cares, right? That person's homeless. That person's addicted to drugs and alcohol. Who cares? It's not my friends or my family. What do I care, right? That's indifference, where the mind's indifferent to other people's misfortune. Well, what you would like to cultivate is the concern for the misfortune of others, not the worry and the anxiety, but the concern, where you're concerned. And whether or not you take action upon it is a totally different thing, but you would like to cultivate the mental state where you have the concern for the misfortune of others. So you're going to need to apply the effort to do this if this is not currently in your mind. And again, there's other wholesome mental states that are not currently potentially in your mind. But then the fourth one is to maintain wholesome mental states that have arisen, not allowing them to fade away, and work to increase their growth in the mind. There are certain wholesome qualities that are currently in your mind, but they haven't been brought to full growth and full perfection and full development. And you're going to need to apply the effort to cultivate that in the mind. A good example might be loving kindness. Loving kindness is that genuine interest in seeing all beings be well, active goodwill towards all beings. The opposite of loving kindness is anger and hatred. So in some cases, you probably have loving kindness towards other beings. That's a quality that's currently in your mind. But it hasn't been brought to full growth and full perfection and full development, because in some cases you're angry and you're frustrated and you're agitated with other people. So that means you're going to need to apply the effort to bring this to full growth and full perfection. So in those situations where you see your mind's angry and frustrated and agitated towards others, you're going to need to apply the effort to bring up this loving kindness in the mind and practice that genuine interest in seeing all beings be well. Or something like sympathetic joy. Sympathetic joy is the joy for others' success, even if you didn't contribute to it. So in some cases, you might have sympathetic joy. Maybe you're in the office in your professional job, and maybe somebody says to you, hey, I just booked a ticket to Thailand. I'm going to go to Thailand in 6 months. You're like, that's wonderful. I was in Thailand. You're going to have a great time. That's an outstanding place. Don't forget the mango and sticky rice. You're going to really enjoy that. Right? So you might say that to them because you have joy for their success, even if you didn't contribute to it. But now you're at work and this person applied for a job and you applied for a job, you applied for a promotion at work, and now people look at your resumes, they look at your qualifications, and they get the job instead of you. Right? And now your friend walks by your desk and like, hey, by the way, I got that new job. That's the same one you were trying to get. And now you're jealous, you're envious. That's the opposite of sympathetic joy. And in this situation, your mind hasn't fully developed sympathetic joy because now you're jealous and envious towards this person that they got the job instead of you. right? So there is sympathetic joy in the mind because you had it when somebody was going to Thailand, but it hasn't been brought to full growth and full perfection and full development because now when somebody is applying for a job that you wanted, you don't have sympathetic joy in that situation. You have jealousy and envy. So you're going to need to apply the effort to bring this up in the mind more and more and more, to maintain it, to support it, to bring it to full growth and full perfection. So this is what right effort is you're preventing unwholesome qualities from coming into the mind. You're eliminating the unwholesome qualities that are currently in the mind. You're bringing in the wholesome qualities that are not currently in the mind, and you're supporting and maintaining the wholesome qualities that are in the mind. The way I describe this to my young son is I teach him to kick out the unwholesome and bring in the wholesome. That's what you would like to do. So this is right effort, applying the effort to eliminate the unwholesome and prevent it, and to bring in the wholesome and support it and encourage it in the mind. Okay, this is right effort. And these are just examples. What's wholesome and unwholesome that's in your mind, that's going to be unique to you. And that's where this next one comes in, the right mindfulness. You wouldn't be able to practice right effort without right mindfulness. So here again, I'm going to read it to you and then I'm going to teach it to you. The Buddha says, "In what, monks, is right mindfulness? Here, monks, a monk resides reflecting on body as body, dedicated, clearly aware and mindful, having put aside craving and worry for the world. He resides reflecting on feelings as feelings, dedicated, clearly aware and mindful, having put aside craving and worry for the world. He resides reflecting on mind as mind, dedicated, clearly aware and mindful, having put aside craving and worry for the world. He resides reflecting on mental objects as mental objects, dedicated, clearly aware and mindful, having put aside craving and worry for the world. This is called right mindfulness." So he's talking about 4 things here, which are referred to as the 4 foundations of mindfulness. But before we talk about that, let's just talk about mindfulness in general. In general, what mindfulness means is awareness of mind, where you'd like to have awareness of what's going on within one's own mind. Because when you're off the path to enlightenment and you're not training your mind, you might just be kind of like plowing through the world, not really paying attention to your intentions, your speech, and your actions. You're not maybe really paying attention to how you're interacting with other people, because the mind doesn't have awareness of mind. So I know for me, I was kind of plowing through the world, knocking down trees, burning up the forest. I smelt a little bit of smoke and I looked behind me and I was like, who knocked down all those trees? Right? It was like me who knocked down all those trees, right? Because I didn't have mindfulness. I didn't have awareness of my mind and how I was interacting in the world. So having mindfulness is having awareness of the mind, your thoughts, your ideas, your intentions, the way you interact in the world, having awareness of mind. And you need to be sure you bring your mind to this kind of understanding, because the word mindfulness in modern language is taking on a whole life of its own. People are using it in a way that the Buddha didn't actually use it. Someone might say, can you mindfully carry this glass of water to that table? What they're saying is, can you carefully carry this glass of water to the table? That's what they're really saying, right? So that's not how the Buddha used this word. He used the word mindfulness to mean awareness of the mind. It doesn't mean careful the way the Buddha used it. So how other people choose to use it, that's up to them. They can use it however they like to use it. But for you, if you're looking to get to this understanding of how to get to enlightenment and how the Buddha actually describes these words, you would like to understand it in the way that he used it. He's using it as awareness of mind. Because if you're going to purify your mind and you're going to apply right effort, you're going to need to know and what's going on in your own mind. You're going to need to know what is wholesome and what is unwholesome. And you're not going to be able to do that if you don't have awareness of your own mind. So you're going to need awareness of the mind. And you cultivate this slowly but surely through the next step that I'm going to teach you, right? So this general awareness of the mind, sometimes that's where people hang out when they first get started on the path. Just understanding mindfulness as awareness of mind, and you need to cultivate that. But ultimately, you're going to need to develop what's called the 4 foundations of mindfulness. This is what's going to help you completely transform your mind. What the 4 foundations of mindfulness are is where you have awareness of the bodily sensations, the feelings, the condition of the mind, and the mental objects. What we mean here is by bodily sensations is that there's an early warning system that you have that you may or may not even realize right now, that before you get a feeling of something like anger, there's an early warning system. There's bodily sensations that are occurring. With something like anger, it might be tingling in the body, rising up towards your head. You might have tightening in the chest. You might have tightening in the throat. You might have heat in your face. You might have pressure in your skull. This is an early warning system alerting you that, hey, you're about to get angry. You're about to get frustrated. Each one of these conditioned feelings, whether it's a pleasant feeling, painful feeling, or neither painful nor pleasant, there's bodily sensations that are happening first that you may or may not even be aware of right now. But you're going to need to build awareness of these bodily sensations because this is an early warning system alerting you that your mind's about to get a conditioned feeling. When we talk about shyness, if people say like, I feel queasy in the stomach, that's the mind experiencing the bodily sensation of the conditioned feeling of shyness. You're going to feel that queasiness in the stomach first, then the mind's going to get shy, right? So there's these bodily sensations that are happening that you may or may not even be aware of right now. And what this is doing for you is it's giving you a heads up. It's saying, hey, the mind's about to get a conditioned feeling. And what you would like to do at the bodily sensations is you would like to cut off and let go of that bodily sensation. What you're doing is you're cutting off and letting go before it becomes a feeling. It's kind of like your mind saying, I'm about to get a conditioned feeling. I'm about to get a conditioned feeling. I'm about to get a conditioned feeling. And you say, nope, I'm not going to let you do that. I'm not going to let you form that conditioned feeling. And this is how you rewire the mind. You're not suppressing your thoughts here or suppressing your feelings. Sometimes people think that's the case. In fact, you're actually cutting it off before it even becomes a feeling. This is an early warning system. It's kind of like if you were taking a boat from Australia to Indonesia and you were out in the middle of the ocean, you would like to prevent the water from ever coming into the boat. Because once the water gets in the boat, you've got a real problem to deal with. You got to get this water out. So it's the same thing as once the mind becomes angry, you've got a real problem to deal with. You got to get rid of it. You got to let it go out of the mind. So if you can prevent it from ever coming into the mind by using your mindfulness, having awareness of those bodily sensations, then you can apply right effort to cut it off and let it go, not allowing the mind to experience that conditioned feeling. And if you do that enough, eventually there won't be any arising of any anger, because you will have eliminated the causes and conditions that are producing it. So if every time your mind gets ready to form a conditioned feeling, you say, nope, not going to let you do that, the mind will eventually get trained not to do it. It won't do it any longer. You won't experience any discontentedness. So that's why you like to cut off and let go at the bodily sensations. But the thing is that there's gradual training, gradual practice, gradual progress. So you're not going to be able to do this today. Right? It's going to take time for you to build up this ability in your mind. So between now and enlightenment, you are going to miss it as a bodily sensation, which means it's going to become a feeling. You are going to get frustrated. You are going to get annoyed. You are going to get irritated. You're going to feel guilty or shameful or stress or anxiety. It's going to happen. So if you miss it as a bodily sensation, then cut it off as a feeling. Right? Just cut it off before at the feeling. And if you miss it as a feeling, then it's going to start affecting the condition of your mind. This is where you've been grumpy or irritable for like a couple of hours or a couple of days. Have you ever been grumpy for like a week or two? Maybe irritable? Of course you have, right? Everybody has, right? That's because you didn't understand this wisdom. It became about, there was a certain craving in the mind. It got triggered through some contact through your eyes, ears, nose, the tongue, and the body. And now when you experience that contact, your craving, desire, attachment saw it either as agreeable or disagreeable. And now there was some bodily sensation that occurred. You didn't know about that. Then it became a feeling in the mind. You didn't know to cut it off there either. And now it affected the condition of your mind. For several hours or days or weeks, you were grumpy or irritable. And then it did what is called form this mental object. This is a deeply rooted container in the mind. In this case, we're talking about anger or ill will. When we were born as babies, we didn't have the mental object of ill will in our mind. This got formed over time. We didn't go into the nursery at the hospital hating other babies. That got formed in our mind because of craving, because of desire, because of longing, yearning. We wanted things to be a certain way. And when we got it our way, we got pleasant feelings like happiness and excitement. But when we didn't get it our way, we got angry and frustrated. We didn't cut it off as a bodily sensation. We didn't cut it off as a feeling. It affected the condition of our mind. And then more and more, it formed this mental object, this deeply rooted container of ill will. So right now, I don't think any of you guys are angry. You're not having any ill will. But inside your mind, there's a deeply rooted container of ill will. That if somebody triggers one of your cravings, that ill will is going to come up and you're going to be bitter and harsh and hostile towards somebody, right? That's what a mental object is. All those 10 fetters that I mentioned to you yesterday, those are all mental objects. You need to purify that. You need to purify those out of the mind. So you're going to need awareness of them. And that's something you develop over time. So what the Buddha is teaching you to do is essentially put this blockade at the bodily sensations and cutting off and letting go so that you're no longer forming these or feeding these mental objects. And then meanwhile, he's giving you the tools and the techniques to break up these mental objects and clear them out of the mind so you can purify the mind of these deeply rooted containers that are motivating unskillful conduct. So the way that this might look in day-to-day life, because this part was a technical description, the way this would look in a practical situation is, say I'm sitting and watching the news and I'm seeing something come on the news and I'm hearing something that comes on the news and you're noticing the bodily sensations coming up and you know that the mind's about to get angry or frustrated, just turn off the news and get up and walk away. That's cutting it off and letting it go. Right? Just redirect the mind to something else. Don't allow the mind to sit there and keep watching the news and keep digesting that content and keep dwelling in that. Because if you keep dwelling in that, you know when that bodily sensation's occurring, it's only a matter of time. A few seconds later, boom, now the mind's angry. So instead of allowing that to occur, when you have the wisdom of this process that the Buddha is teaching you, you can take action to circumvent it. That now you're watching the news, you're noticing the bodily sensations, can't be here. Let's go somewhere else, right? Go for a walk, go for a bike ride, go outside, go do something else. Cut that off and let it go. So you're using your mindfulness to be aware of the bodily sensations, and then you're using right effort to go do something else, redirect the mind in a different direction. And that's cutting it off and letting it go, right? Say you're in a conversation, you're on the phone with mom, and now mom is being bitter and harsh and hostile, and you're noticing the bodily sensations come up. Hey mom, I got to go. I love you. We'll talk another time. Bye-bye. Right? And then you just leave, right? Cut that off and let it go, right? Just cut it off. That's applying the right effort. So if you're aware of this process and you independently verify what I'm sharing with you is true, you can see it for yourself, then you know that anytime there's this bodily sensation associated with discontentedness arising, if you don't take any action, it's going to become a feeling. And now you've got a real problem to deal with. You got to get this anger out of the mind. So you can completely rewire your mind here, that whenever you see the mind saying, I'm about to get a conditioned feeling, I'm about to get a conditioned feeling, I'm about to get a conditioned feeling, you can cut that off and let it go. And remember, you're not suppressing anything here. You're actually cutting it off before it actually becomes an actual feeling. Okay, so these are the 4 foundations of mindfulness. Being aware of the bodily sensations associated with discontentedness arising. We're not talking about hip pain or an itch or a scratch or a headache. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about that arising of bodily sensations associated with conditioned feelings. Even the pleasant feelings have bodily sensations. Sometimes we call those warm fuzzies. Some cultures do that, right? You have that little tingling across your shoulders, up the back of your neck, over your head. This is the bodily sensations associated with conditioned pleasant feelings. And if you allow the mind to get those conditioned pleasant feelings, it's only a matter of time before the painful ones come right around the corner. There's no secret to the path to enlightenment. It's well known here in Thailand. But if there's any particular aspect of the path to enlightenment that's really monumental, is understanding that the pleasant feelings are just as much a part of the problem as the painful ones, and being able to be alerted to them with the bodily sensations. And now if you cut off those conditioned pleasant feelings, you won't experience the painful ones. And that's why it's so important not to just use the word suffering related to the teachings of the Buddha, because if you're only focusing on the painful feelings, you'll never actually eliminate them until you understand that the conditioned pleasant feelings are part of the problem. You've got to cut off the conditioned pleasant feelings. You got to be willing to let go of the temporary happiness in order to get to the permanent happiness. Because if you allow yourself to get happy when it's sunny outside, that means when it's raining, you'll be sad. If you allow the mind to get happy when your bank account's up here, that means when it goes down here, you'll be sad or frustrated. So when you see the mind getting those conditioned pleasant feelings, it's about to form a conditioned feeling. You say, nope, not going to let you do that. Even the conditioned pleasant ones, because then you won't experience the painful ones, right? So this is not really a secret, but it's something to really clue into, to be able to see the pleasant feelings as just as much a part of the problem, and being able to cut off and let go at the bodily sensations. Now for the right concentration, because you wouldn't be able to practice right mindfulness without right concentration. You need right concentration in order to be able to practice right mindfulness. And you need right mindfulness to be able to practice right effort. So here, this is the words of the Buddha on right concentration. But I'm not going to read this to you, because what he's describing is he's describing the jhanas. We're going to be talking about this. We have a class on Wednesday evening where I'm going to be teaching you about the jhanas. And I'm going to read this to you then, because what he's describing to you is he's describing to you the results of having put together the Eightfold Path. If you put the Eightfold Path together really well, you're going to experience these enhanced qualities of mind. That's what he's describing in the jhanas. They're 4 preliminary phases that you're going to experience on your way to the first stage of enlightenment. So we're going to spend a whole class period talking about these. There's other parts of his teachings where he describes how to practice right concentration. So that's what I'm going to teach you, is how to practice right concentration. Here he's talking about the results of the Eightfold Path. So the way you practice right concentration is through developing a meditation practice and through practicing singleness of mind in day-to-day life. This is what he describes in other parts of his teachings. Your meditation practice consists of 2 primary meditations, and then there's 2 specialized meditations that you might need in unique situations. Not everybody's going to need them, but the 2 primary ones you're going to need, which is breathing mindfulness meditation and loving kindness meditation, because the breathing mindfulness meditation is taking care of the craving, the desire, the longing, the yearning, the chasing after the objects of your affection. That's training your mind to cut off and let go. The loving kindness meditation is training your mind to cultivate loving kindness, this genuine interest in seeing all beings be well. That's addressing the anger, the hatred, the ill will. So for those of you guys that were here yesterday evening, when we were talking about craving, anger, and ignorance, that's what you're using to eradicate that, the craving and the anger. Is the breathing mindfulness meditation, you're cutting off and letting go, cutting off and letting go, cutting off and letting go. It's like taking your mind to the gym and exercising it so that it gets used to letting go. Because with craving, desire, attachment in the mind, you'll hold on to things very tightly. You'll want things to be a certain way. So if during your meditation, 10, 20, 30 times during your meditation, you need to cut off and let go, cut off and let go, this is really good for your mind. You're not bad at meditation. You haven't done anything wrong. Because remember, even in the unenlightened state, you're still going to have thoughts during your meditation. Your goal is to be able to notice your thoughts sooner and sooner and cut them off and let them go easier and easier. And now, through breathing mindfulness meditation, you're developing more and more concentration because you're eliminating the longing, yearning. Because when the mind's longing, yearning, and it's pulling, you're not going to be able to have concentration, because your mind's going to be like, oh, look at that handsome man. Oh, he's really handsome. Or, oh, look at that beautiful lady. Oh, she's really beautiful. I can't wait to talk to her, right? The mind's going to be pulling in all these different directions. Oh, I can't wait to get that food. That chocolate cake's going to be delicious. Oh, the mind's just pulling in all these different directions. And you can't be concentrated. So you need to learn how to cut off and let go so you can restrain the mind and be focused and concentrated. And then the loving kindness meditation is training your mind to cultivate the love and the kindness, the genuine interest in seeing all beings be well. Because when that anger comes up in the mind, you can't be focused. You can't be concentrated. Your mind's out of control. You don't have discipline of your mind at that point. Your mind's like a wild animal, right? So this loving kindness meditation is going to knock down the anger, the hatred, the ill will, and all those lesser versions, like the frustration, the agitation, the annoyance, even the slightest dislike. It's also going to help you with any negative self-talk. If you have negative self-talk in your mind where you diminish and degrade yourself, this loving kindness meditation is going to help you transform that too. Because if you think in negative ways towards others, you're going to tend to think that way about yourself sometimes too. So this loving kindness meditation is going to help you rewire that. So developing a daily meditation practice of 2 or 3 times per day for 30 minutes or more is what's going to produce the most benefit. And this can sound like a lot depending on what you're doing in your day-to-day life, 2 or 3 sessions for 30 minutes or more. So understand that it can take you 6 months, a year, even 2 years to build up to that, because you're going to need to kind of strip out certain things in your life in order to build that up. So if you're doing social media or YouTube for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours a day, you can probably throttle that back. Right? You can probably do social media for 30 minutes or an hour a day, and now you've got more time to do other things in your day. So if you start stripping away some of these unbeneficial things in your life, you're going to have more time for things like meditation. But even if you're doing, say, 5 minutes or 10 minutes of meditation per session, that's still beneficial for you. Still do that, right? What you're going to notice with meditation is frequency is more important than duration. Right? Frequency is more important than duration. So if it's a matter of doing 1 session for 30 minutes or doing 2 for 15, go for the 2 for 15. And that's going to be more impactful to you because you're kind of hitting the mind 2 different times during your day, right? So the 2 for 15 is going to be much more beneficial for you. And then just work on expanding that 15 minutes to be a little bit longer, a little bit longer, a little bit longer each time. Okay, so this is the first part of right concentration, is developing your daily meditation practice. The second part is practicing singleness of mind in daily life, with one thing at a time. When you're out in the world, you might have been taught to multitask. This is something that some people teach. Your mind actually can't multitask. This is something that came about in the 1960s when computers came out. People started teaching multitasking because computer chips can multitask. They have multiple processors and they can actually multitask, but the human mind can't. It can only do one thing at a time. What you're actually doing when you multitasking is you're doing one thing for 3 to 5 seconds, and then you're rapidly cycling to another thing for 3 to 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and then you're rapidly cycling to something else for 8 seconds or 10 seconds, and your mind's basically rapidly cycling. It's like a horse running around a track over and over and over and over and over again. And then when you get home at the end of your day, you might find it hard to relax. You're almost like a racehorse. If you've ever gone to the barn, when you're at a racetrack, you'll see the horses are all hyped up. They can't calm down. They're just really hyped up because they've been running around the track so much. So your mind is the same way. If you go to work and 8, 10, 12 hours a day, you're just running around, your mind's bouncing around. When you get home, you're going to have a hard time to relax because your mind's going to be hyped up. So what the Buddha is teaching you is to do just one thing at a time. So if you're washing dishes, for example, and your mind is wandering, you would like to cut that off and let it go and bring the mind back. So this is your right mindfulness and your right effort helping you with right concentration. So you're in a business meeting and you're thinking about going to Thailand and you just can't wait to get out the door to go to Thailand. You're like, no, cut that off. Come back. Let me focus on my job here, right? Because if your mind's wandering at work, you're not really applying your effort and energy towards the task at hand, and you can't perform in your professional career. So wherever you see your mind wandering, like at a business meeting, you like to cut that off and let it go and bring the mind back. And if you do this enough, eventually your mind will just always be focused. It'll always be concentrated. It's kind of like if you had a piece of wood and you had a steel rod and you grinded this steel rod back and forth on the wood. At the beginning, it's going to bounce around a lot because there's no groove there yet. But if you grind that steel rod back and forth on the wood long enough, you're going to get a deeper and deeper groove. And when it pops out, you're going to know that it's popped out and you're going to be able to bring it right back. But then if you grind that steel rod on the wood long enough, you're going to get a deeper and deeper groove, and eventually it won't pop out because the groove is too deep at this point, right? So this is the same way as your mind. If you focus it and keep it concentrated, and anytime it pops out of that, you cut it off and let it go and bring it back, over time, your mind will just always be focused and always be concentrated. And you're kind of practicing that right now because you're listening to somebody talk. And if your mind starts thinking about lunch, or if it's thinking about the elephants or anything like this, you cut that off and you bring it back. You're like, no, I'm focused on this person talking. Let me listen to this person talking. So you would like to be practicing singleness of mind at all times during your day, understanding that it's gradual training, gradual practice, and gradual progress. But anytime you see your mind popping out, you bring it back and bring it back and bring it back. And now more and more, it'll just get used to being concentrated all the time. So this is right concentration, practicing a daily meditation practice, breathing mindfulness meditation and loving kindness meditation, and then practicing singleness of mind in day-to-day life. Whenever you see your mind's not focused on a single object, bring the mind back, right? So now just a little bit of a summary of this, and I'll open up the questions. Is right effort is taking the initiative to eliminate unwholesome aspects of the mind and cultivate certain wholesome qualities in the mind. This is applying the effort to do this. Then you've got right mindfulness, which is awareness of the mind. That's where you might start, with just awareness of your thoughts, your ideas, your feelings, things like this. But then ultimately, you would like to develop the 4 foundations of mindfulness, where you're aware of those bodily sensations, the feelings, the condition of the mind, and the mental objects. Those bodily sensations are the bodily sensations associated with the arising of discontentedness. Then there's the conditioned feeling. Then it's going to affect the condition of the mind. Then there's these deeply rooted mental objects. And you would like to shave this back and catch it sooner and sooner and sooner. If you can catch it as a bodily sensation and cut it off there, that's ideal. And you'll transform your mind doing that. But realize your mind is under training. And if you have a deeply held craving, it's going to be hard for you to cut it off. Like if you got a phone call right now that your mom was in a terrible car accident, you probably have a lot of discontentedness. Maybe she's on her way to the hospital, right? And maybe she's in the back of an ambulance and you hear about this over the phone. It's going to be really hard for you to cut that off, right? Because you have a really strong attachment perhaps to your mom. So it's probably going to become a feeling. But over time, as you train your mind more and more, you're going to realize that it's unwise to allow your mind to get that feeling, because now you're going to race across town. You're going to run into the hospital. What's going on with my mom, right? And maybe you even get in a car accident yourself on your way to the hospital, where if you can learn to train your mind to be calm and focused and have this mindfulness and awareness of mind, as soon as you see the bodily sensation, you can cut that off. And now you can take your time and gradually make your way to the hospital. And now when you show up, your mind is calm. You can talk to the doctors, you can talk to the nurses, you can find out what's going on with mom, and now you can start making decisions to help her. Whereas if you allow your mind to be all shaken up with emotion, you're not going to be able to help her. So this is how you can see that these conditioned feelings aren't actually helping you. They're going to hinder you and make it more difficult for you to make wise decisions in your day-to-day life. So your right mindfulness is going to help you to be able to cut that stuff off, let it go, and over time, you'll get to the point where it won't even arise, where you won't have any frustration that arises because you've eliminated the causes and conditions that are producing it. And then you'd like to practice right concentration, which is practicing meditation and developing singleness of mind until you experience the jhanas. The jhanas are those preliminary phases where the mind is experiencing enhanced qualities of mind. And now when you start experiencing those, I'm going to teach you something tomorrow and beyond that in the retreat, where you now start pivoting and you start focusing on other things like the fetters. So this right concentration is developed through your meditation practice and practicing singleness of mind in day-to-day life. Okay, so any questions on this? Yes, sir.
Could you talk a little bit more about the difference between cutting off and evasion? In the two examples you gave, one was something comes on the news and you kind of notice a sensation in your body and then you walk away. And then the other was you're on the phone to your mum and she's aggravating you, and you kind of tell her you love her and you hang up the phone. Could you talk a little bit more about what the difference between that cutting off and evasion is, and also suppression as well, if you could?
What's the difference between cutting it off versus aversion?
Correct.
Okay. So first off, mom isn't annoying you. Mom isn't aggravating you, right? It's your own mind that's doing that. If mom's saying something, the mind has a certain craving of wanting to hear something from mom. And if mom speaks the way that we want, then you get happy and excited. But if she doesn't speak the way you want, you get angry or frustrated or aggravated or annoyed. It's not mom that's doing it. It's within one's own mind. So what you're doing in these situations is, if you have aversion is where you have wrong view, where you think that mom is the one who's causing me to be agitated, and now I need to push mom away, and pushing mom away is going to solve my problem, right? This would be aversion, and this would be with wrong view. What right view is, and what cutting off and letting go is realizing I'm experiencing contact here through my ears. There's a certain sound that's coming into my ears that's triggering one of the cravings within your own mind. And in order to eliminate a craving, you need to first distance yourself from it. And now when you distance yourself from it, you'll be able to train your mind to let it go. Whereas if you stay in that environment and in that situation, your craving's just going to keep getting triggered over and over and over again. So when you're first getting started in your practice like this, you need to distance yourself from the object, so that now you can train your mind to let it go. And in this situation, you understand mom's not the one who's causing you to be angry. It's your own mind. But I need to protect my own contentedness, because these doorways of the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, the body, and the mind itself, you're taking in contact. And when you have craving in your mind, you're going to see it as either agreeable or disagreeable. And now when you see something as agreeable, you're going to get pleasant feelings. And when you see it as disagreeable, you're going to get painful feelings. So when you're noticing the conditioned feeling starting to arise as a bodily sensation, rather than allowing the mind to continue to get that contact, you distance yourself from it, which trains your mind to let it go. And now more and more as you're letting it go, and you think that you have let it go over multiple weeks and months of training your mind, that's where I was teaching you that when you notice that you're repulsed by something, you would like to put your mind in that situation to expose it to that. But that's not early on. Early on, you need to distance yourself from any arising of any discontentedness. And that's cutting down the contact. So you're not having contact through the senses any longer. And now that's going to allow you to train your mind to let it go. And you're not suppressing it here because it hasn't even become a feeling yet. You're cutting it off as a bodily sensation before it's even become a feeling.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You guys go ahead.
I wonder what are the thoughts regarding japa. Japa is in yogic religion, yogic tradition, is the repetition of mantra or a prayer or a word to take your mind into this single pointed state. And since we are doing chanting in Buddhism, I wonder if repetition throughout the day to, bring your vibration higher and just don't have these tainted thoughts maybe that come your way. Is that recommended? Or does the Buddha say anything about that?
Yeah, the Buddha doesn't teach anything like this because what you need to do is you need to build the internal quality of the mind being able to cut off and let go. And that's what you're doing in the meditation when you're focused on the breath. When the mind moves off the breath in meditation, that's awareness, is your mindfulness. And then when you're cutting off and letting go, that's you applying right effort to bring your mind back. So if you're reliant on something like that, then the mind is still attached to this particular thing that it can't cut off and let go unless I say these couple of words or I do these couple of things. You're going to need to get to the point where you notice it so quickly that you cut it off and let it go, where it's almost automatic. By the time you are making your way closer and closer to enlightenment, you will have developed the 4 foundations of mindfulness in right effort so well that your mind doesn't even think about it. It just, as soon as you notice the bodily sensations, it cuts it off and lets it go. It's automatic. So if you insert in some kind of chanting or mantra or something like this, your mind's not learning what it needs to learn in order to automatically recognize it and then just immediately respond to it right away. So that's what you would like to be able to get to. And these kinds of things don't allow you to be able to do that.
Okay, so if you are doing, let's say, a very repetitive task, let's say you're working in a factory and you're just doing one movement of your hand throughout the whole day, where would you want your mind to be? Would you want it to be in a completely thoughtless state, or would you still want to maybe practice breathing meditation or something?
You're never interested in being in a thoughtless state, because that would be the opposite of mindfulness. You always would like to be focused and concentrated, attentive and alert at all times. So if you're working in a factory, you need to be attentive and alert, because you put your hand too far and you don't have a hand anymore, right? So you'd like to always be attentive and alert to what you're doing. That's the singleness of mind. The breathing mindfulness meditation, you can't do that while you're working. It's a dedicated, active, purposeful training session. And you're eliminating those unwholesome qualities and cultivating the wholesome qualities, either in the seated, lying, standing, or walking positions. So you'd like to be attentive and alert to whatever it is that you're doing, the task at hand. And using that analogy of washing dishes and why singleness of mind is so important, like say I'm washing dishes, but I'm thinking about my trip to Thailand. Next thing I know, the knife slips, cuts through my hand, and now I'm in the hospital and I can't even go to Thailand because I'm, getting surgery in the hospital, right? So that's why by you being focused and attentive, you can make sure that you're making wise decisions in any situation. Whereas if you don't have singleness of mind, you can't really bring to bear all the other things that you need in order to be able to have wise decision making. So if I was talking on the phone, watching TV, eating a sandwich, I'm not really doing all those 3 things. My mind's rapidly cycling. And now maybe you say things on the phone that you regret and you got to go clean those up later. Or maybe you're bitter and harsh and hostile, like you can't bring forth your full wisdom to be able to practice right speech. Or maybe you agree to things on the phone call that you don't even remember when you get off the phone call. And now you got to go back and be like, what was that I was supposed to do for you? I'm so sorry, right? So the mind, because of its ignorance or that lack of wisdom, it thinks it's being more productive by doing the phone, watching TV, and eating the sandwich. But that's the delusion. That's the lack of wisdom. That this phone call that could have been 15 minutes, it ended up being an hour. And now, because we regretted things that we did, we have to go back and clean that up, and we have to check back in. What was it I was supposed to do again? I totally forgot. So you actually think you're doing more things and you're being more productive, but you're actually not. You could just have this 15-minute conversation, be focused, be clear, figure out what it is you need to do, and then move off to the next thing. And that would be the best way to train your mind, but also to conduct your day-to-day life, because you'll be attentive to whatever it is that you need to do on a daily basis. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Josh?
So I have a few things swirling, and I'm going to do my best to not speak frivolously, but you'll let me know. It's kind of about this, the 4 foundations of mindfulness, and sort of about like when, if you're practicing singleness of mind, do I opportunity to observe awareness of body, feelings, conditions of my mind. If it's not informal seating meditation, when I notice that those types of things come up, and sometimes I feel like I have some clarity there, and whereas in daily life, I haven't trained myself, I guess, enough to know. I mean, my habits are of like like ignoring my early warning systems are so well ingrained.
Mm-hmm.
There's a question in there.
Okay, I know exactly what you're asking, because people have asked the same question before.
Darn it.
So your breathing mindfulness meditation is training you to have the mindfulness, the awareness of mind, and it's ultimately training you to have the four foundations of mindfulness too: awareness of the bodily sensations, the feelings, condition of mind, and mental objects, right? And now this mindfulness, once you fully develop it, it's almost like a virus scanner on your computer. Your virus scanner is in the background. It's watching over your hard drive, and it's just sitting there watching over your hard drive. And whenever there's a virus that comes in, then it springs into action, and it takes action. It quarantines your files, it cleans them up, and gets rid of them. And then it's just sitting there in the background. And that's what your mindfulness is doing. It's just sitting there in the background. So with your singleness of mind, you're focused on your day-to-day activity, but you've got this mindfulness that's overlooking the mind. And anytime you notice the bodily sensations associated with cravings, desires, attachments, and discontentedness arising, the mind steps in and takes action, and it applies right effort to cut that off and let it go. Or if you notice a feeling, it cuts that off, or a condition of the mind, or the symptoms of these mental objects. So it's like a virus scanner on your computer. So that way you're focused on washing dishes, but your mind's attentive to what's going on inside the mind.
Thank you. I guess I'm wondering, when will I begin to have the insight to know if it's, something to cut off or to something to some wisdom that I've gained?
Mm-hmm. So the craving, anger, and ignorance, those three pollutions, those three unwholesome roots, that's what you're cutting off and letting go. When you see your mind longing, yearning with craving, you know that's going to produce unwholesome results. You cut that off. When you see the mind's anger, hatred, ill will, frustration, agitation, annoyance, any discontent feelings, you cut that off. When you see any unwise decision making based on these natural laws, you cut that off, because you know it's going to produce unwholesome results. So when you're going to experience that, that's determined based on your dedication and your diligence of practicing. But those are the types of things that you would like to cut off: is craving, anger, and ignorance, because that's what's going to produce the unwholesome results in your life.
And the breathing mindfulness meditation, whether seated, lying down, or walking, or maybe some specialized meditations, are going to help to train me to better recognize when I have to notice some of the four foundations.
Exactly. Those are the daily practices of exercising the mind to build up the quality of mindfulness, to build up the quality of concentration, so that you can then be aware when the mind is longing, yearning. Because right now, depending on where someone is in their practice, they might not even known what craving, desire, attachment was before this class. And now that you know what it is, now you start using this technique of breathing mindfulness meditation to start developing the ability to see that and observe that in your day-to-day life. And then the same thing with the loving kindness meditation. That's helping to rewire your mind to get rid of this anger, hatred, and ill will. So these are the tools and techniques that are coming together that gives you this complete, perfect plan to now be able to transform the mind.
Okay, I think that helps. So this little virus detector, I'm sort of thinking this is like an informal practice in a way. It's just an awareness that kind of comes up from studied and repeated, rather, mindfulness practice formally.
Yeah, this is why the frequency of meditation is more important than the duration. Because like if you did a meditation in the morning at 9 a.m. and now you go all through your entire day without having done any meditation, by the time you get to 8 p.m. and you're coming home from work and you see your life partner, your mindfulness is kind of gone, right? You don't have that awareness of mind, and you just plow through the door and you start being bitter and harsh and hostile, right? But if you're doing frequent sessions, you do one in the morning and you do one in the middle of the day, or you do one in the evening. Now you're hitting it multiple times and it's bringing your mindfulness up, and you're getting more attentive to your mind and multiple times through your day. that's going to be more beneficial for you, because now you can maintain your mindfulness all throughout your day. That's why its frequency is more important, because now you can maintain your practice of mindfulness and all those other things, right effort, right speech, right action, right livelihood. You can practice all those throughout your day for extended period of time. So what you're doing is you're gradually building up your practice to this Eightfold Path. Then you got to practice that for an extended period of time, multiple years, and then that's what's going to produce enlightenment.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my question is, you were talking about not to be too happy with the pleasant feeling, because it could also do us harm as much as the painful feelings, right? So, like, by example, if I enjoy the food very much, should I tell myself that, okay, now my mindfulness needs to come and I need to take a deep breath. Don't enjoy it too much. Don't be too happy with the food. And because at this time I'm content with it, next time I won't have the food so much and it won't be constant. So should I do that?
Enjoying something and having a conditioned pleasant feelings are two different things. These aren't the same thing. You can enjoy something without a conditioned pleasant feeling. Like, I'm thoroughly enjoying having this conversation with you guys, but I don't have any conditioned pleasant feelings in my mind. It's not conditional. So when you guys leave to go to lunch and you go to the elephant sanctuary, I'm not going to be sad that this conversation's over, right? Because it's impermanent, right? And I'm basing my feelings on this conversation. So you can enjoy something without having a conditioned pleasant feeling. So when you do see the conditioned pleasant feeling coming, that's what you'd like to cut off. Because if I go into a restaurant and I order this piece of chocolate cake and it's like, oh my goodness, this is the best chocolate cake I've ever had. I'm going to come back here next week and get the same chocolate cake. I can't wait to get it. Oh my goodness, this is so good, right? And now you come back next week and they don't have your chocolate cake. You're going to be frustrated and annoyed. But if while you're eating that chocolate cake, you're like, wow, this is really good. If they have this next time, surely I'd like to order this chocolate cake. But your mind knows that they're not going to have it every single time you come. But wow, this is really good chocolate cake. And now when they come next time, it's like, do you have the chocolate cake? Nope, we're all out. Oh, okay. You already know, because it's impermanent. You already know before you came that there's a potential option that they're not going to have your chocolate cake. But if you come to the restaurant longing, yearning for that chocolate cake, wanting it to be permanent, now you're going to be discontent, right? So when you're noticing, when you're eating that chocolate cake for the first time and you're noticing those bodily sensations coming up, that the pleasant feelings are coming, cut those off and let those go. Don't allow your mind to have the conditioned pleasant feelings, but enjoy the chocolate cake. Wow, this is really good chocolate cake. So this is what your mind needs to learn how to do. It doesn't know how to do that yet because you haven't practiced all these factors.
And some of those are, like, let's say, some of those conditions are dependent also on like our addiction or chemistry. Let's say like coffee, you can decide to have coffee for 5 days and then on the 6th day, you say, okay, I don't need coffee today. And so you are overriding these feelings. You're in control, but then you're going to develop like headache and you're going to feel weak. You're going to feel whatever. So would your recommendation be, let's say, drink coffee twice a week. So then you're not attached to it. So then you don't also get these physical sensations.
You're going to see this evening, I'm going to teach that it's unwise to drink any caffeine. because of the caffeine, it's going to produce heedlessness in the mind. And that's those headaches, that's the withdrawal symptoms of withdrawing from that substance. Just like if you used heroin or anything else, you're going to have withdrawal. That's what that is. And it's producing heedlessness in your mind. So you'll have much more stability of your mind without that caffeine, because the caffeine's lifting you up into this temporary excited state or higher energy, but then you're going to drop off after that. An enlightened being, they have sustainable energy all day long. They don't get exhausted. They don't get tired. They get sleepy where you need to get some sleep, but they don't have exhaustion or tiredness. And if you revert to this caffeine to lift your mind up with energy, you'll never give it the opportunity to build natural energy where it can be sustained all day long, because it's kind of artificially got this energy from the caffeine. So it never had the opportunity to build it naturally. So if you get rid of caffeine, you'll be able to build natural energy and have sustainable energy all through your day. But you have to be able to see that, and you have to detox from the caffeine because it is a stimulant and you'll go through withdrawals. But none of what I'm talking about here is biological. It's not that you're biologically predisposed to using drugs or alcohol or anything like that. It's just the mind's craving, desire, attachment. Yeah. Okay. Don't see any other questions. Let me just check online. Okay, we have a question coming in on YouTube. Let's see here. How can, oh, that's a different one. That's that was the same question as yesterday. I answered that person. Okay, I don't see any other questions. All right, no questions here. All right, so it's basically 1 o'clock. We're going to take a break here, give you guys lots of free time until 6:30. Some of you guys are going to the elephants. They're going to be here between 1:30 to 2 to pick you guys up. From my experience, they usually come at 1:30, so you guys should probably plan on being here around that time. There's a restaurant down the street that already has food prepared. If you go outside, turn right. It's called Ming Kwan. You can probably easily eat in 15-20 minutes, but don't rush yourself. If you're back here within 30 minutes, they'll be able to take you guys to the elephant sanctuary. This evening at 6:30, I'm going to be teaching the 5 precepts, and I hope you guys understand what that is because it plugs into the Eightfold Path. So have a wonderful day, whatever you guys decide to do. Thank you for the great conversation, the wonderful questions, and we'll see you guys after class or after your excursion. See you guys.